We are live, Mr.
Yes.
Bopper.
Hello,
The line is
VOD
in the sun.
viewers.
And channel members.
Yes, this is. Do channel members not see ads?
I don't think they get ads. I think if you remember, you
Huh.
skip ads on my channel. I think.
Huh.
I'm
know
pretty
YouTube
sure that's a
Premium
perk.
does it. Yeah,
Yeah. Maybe YouTube's different. Maybe I'm thinking of Twitch.
maybe. I don't
What's
know.
up, guys? How's it going?
Yeah.
Terry, Kindy, Grove, Zachary, Volk, Absol, the Cursed Lord of Cats, Dotstiff. We hit the like goal. We were trying to hit 18 likes for one for every inch of Sigma's length. We hit 19, I think, so I'm very glad. Thank you, guys.
We're at 20. One of those was me. I saw that. I saw the challenge, and I was like, I want Sigma's length, and went ahead and hit the like.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Bopper, we're here for the finale.
I'm so excited.
It might drag on. Do you have energy to go for the long haul?
Look. Today we find out if I play Danganronpa or not. This is important. I mean, like, look. We got Tenmyoji, right?
Yeah.
Are we in? Am I allowed to assume that everybody has already seen the game up to this point? That's an assumption, right? Before I start talking about last stream.
You have 10 seconds. If you have not seen up to this point in the stream, we're gonna start talking about theories and stuff. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, go for it.
Man, I can't believe Tenmyoji's like totally Junpei, which actually means probably that Tenmyoji has like listened to like the entire discography of The Offspring like 40 times. Because
How long it takes? It takes 80 years.
I mean, like, because he's Junpei, right? And Junpei is like the V. If suburban trash from the 90s was a VN protagonist, it'd be Junpei.
You know what? The fashion, he's supposed to be modeled after Marty McFly.
Yeah.
You know, his design.
Oh yeah. So he's Gen X millennial suburban trash.
Yeah,
So,
perfect. Good analogy. I'm gonna quack to the Junpei theory.
Yeah.
That's a quack.
Well,
No one said he's Junpei. I don't know what you're even getting at.
Well, that'd be wild though if Akane had multiple different people have to go back in time through consciousness shenanigans on the morphogenetic field to save her. But then there was the computer. I don't believe that Zero Junior's on like the computer. I don't believe that Zero Junior's a computer program. Nobody could write a computer program that annoying. I think that was a lie. Quark's still a robot.
All right, well,
let's get
any
started.
other theories you want to get out of the way before we start?
I'd say those are the two big ones because I was so like tired last time. I didn't really get too much of a chance to react to like the big explosion like of exposition there. And I think it says a lot about what I think of Uchikoshi 1 and 9/10 of a way through his games. That I'm like, even at this late stage, I just assume they're lying.
Yeah. There's always red herrings in these games.
Oh yeah, because 999's like true ending after the final puzzle. Well, not after the final puzzle room. There was like the one singular puzzle. Ignoring that, there's like 8 twists that are like you thought this, but really this, but actually that, but only those.
The 9's a Q? What do you mean?
Can we get chat? If someone in chat is good with fonts, can we get a re-edit of "Dude, Where's My Car's" like title font with "Dude, Where's My Number 9 door"?
Yeah,
that's what good.
Where's my fucking ship? Oh, I parked in the Nevada desert, dude.
What?
So last time we recapped,
yes,
we were over here, and we're like, "Yo, I don't understand. Like, we gotta find Akane."
Mm-hmm.
And then you and Fi had the brilliant idea of jumping back before the game even starts.
Yes, which was smart. And don't forget the puzzle room where I was officially like, I was brought along as the co-host for the series to experience the game for the first time. I took one look at that puzzle room and I was like, Speedy, you got this.
I think I didn't give you a chance to like solve anything.
Okay, that was fine though, because I didn't want a chance.
Yeah, Crimbo, the Japanese pronunciation of 9 is Q. So when Zero over the loudspeaker goes like, seek a door that carries a Q, like the twist makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just repeating it for the audience, but
yeah,
it is really clever in Japanese.
Dude, where's my Q? Oh. Damn it. Feels like my head's gonna explode. Wait. Where the hell am I?
My God, we're back at the beginning.
Oh, it looks like an elevator, but...
No. This is one of the AB rooms.
Who the hell are you? And what the hell's an AB room?
Damn. I guess you did lose your memory after all.
Memory. Wait, is this one-to-one the dialogue from part 1?
No, it's different.
Okay. I was gonna say, because I don't remember the AB room line.
No. She didn't
Memory.
say that stuff.
Okay. Okay. Memory. Dio.
Yeah, this is the real boss rush. We got to rebeat every puzzle room,
Yeah.
like in one run.
I do have to say, Dio being what 016 says is the dumbest thing in the game, I think. It's
Dio
so
being
silly.
what?
The Clover riding Dio, but it looks like 061 and then her legs folding over to mirror it. So they thought it was a number. It was probably
yeah.
the silliest
It's pretty
thing in the
stupid,
game.
yeah.
It's
'Cause,
definitely
like,
like
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Uchikoshi feels like he has a, at least for this game, very much a throw everything in there, no second drafts allowed approach.
They really wanted you to doubt Luna, and like,
Yeah.
she's a murderous robot. It's like, look, like they wrote the last 3 digits of her serial code. Like, why would Clover know that? Anyway,
I remember. You're fine.
she grinned. You're back, Sigma.
When is this?
Check your bracelet.
It's a red hair.
Anarchist is like, it worked on Bopper, like the Doubt Luna arc. She's gonna kill me.
It did, although I sort of future-proofed it, right? By like the first time I saw Luna, I'm like, she's too nice. She's gonna kill me.
Yeah.
BP is
No, you-
three.
When you were suspicious of Luna, I was like, oh shit. Like, he's not doing the typical thing. Everybody instantly falls in love with Luna. Like, she's the sweetest.
Mine's the same.
Yeah. But like in 999, anyone that was nice, you know, like Ace is like, I'll just die.
Yeah.
But then it's actually the plot twist is, I'm just gonna kill you. Does this mean this is the beginning of the game? We've gone back to when we first woke up in the AB rooms?
Chat, let me know how the audio is, by the way. I'd appreciate that.
Not quite.
I feel like the game's a little loud.
I think we woke up a little earlier this time.
How do you know?
Audio seems good. Thank you.
Push the buttons on the side of your bracelet.
Oh.
2 hours. 15 minutes.
We didn't wake up this long before the primary doors opened last time. I think we're about an hour early.
Wait a minute. If you're right...
Yeah. Akane might still be alive.
Oh
I got back before Dio killed her. I think.
Then...
Right. We're here for one reason.
to stop her from getting killed.
Exactly.
Let's move. We need to get out of here, fast.
Don't need to tell me twice. Let's go.
Gotta solve it again. It's kind of nostalgic. We haven't done this in like a couple months.
Oh, we actually have to do
well.
it again.
I'm just gonna...
You already have the solution.
Yeah.
It's the same.
Our son.
Do you have to get both again? Like, can you get
No,
both again,
no.
or is it just the same?
You know, you have the gold file stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, New Game Plus. I got the key.
There, it's open.
Good work. Hurry up and grab the cracker.
Cracker.
Ah, damn! I meant key. What?
What?
Wait,
How
what's
the
that
hell?
supposed to mean? Just shut up and do it. Maybe it's a
I'm never
Japanese thing.
The puns and stuff in this game are so funny to me because it's like the opposite of Ace Attorney. It's like Ace Attorney took forever to localize because they spent so much time like just localizing and perfecting and making sure each thing translated to English. And then this one, they're like, I don't give a fuck. Just put it out.
I feel like the localization in Zeroscape's very good.
It's just the puns.
Like, there's
I
some
feel like
things
they were
where
like,
it's
you know what?
Like there's if you remember, Fi goes on a little like rant in the beginning of the game. She's like, I'm not a man, I'm not a bra man or a car man or a Batman or a It doesn't really make sense in English, but in Japanese it's like a lot more clever.
Yeah.
It's like one of those things.
Mm-hmm. I know.
You play Japanese games.
I love Japanese games. This is just like one of my Japanese anime.
She might do it again.
Hey. You pushed the button.
Bite me. You were taking too long. We're on a schedule here.
Ugh.
Let's play Stellar Blade next. Yeah. I'd love to. What'd you say?
Platinum trophy.
Oh boy. Vi and I climbed up through the hatch and out onto the top of the AB room. It took us only a moment to spot them. You gotta think it. Behind her was Dio. He was moving quickly and quietly, a knife glinting in his right hand.
I thought it. Chad, did you hear it?
I thought the mic just didn't pick it up. There was no time to yell to her. I scrambled down from the top of the AB room. Vi wasn't following me. When I looked back, she was still standing on the roof.
Vi! What the hell are you doing? Get down here and...
Before I could finish, she moved. She ran across the roof, launched herself into the air. His face.
What the?
He's fine. Just unconscious.
I bent down and held my fingers in front of his mouth. He wasn't breathing. And he was still breathing.
I don't think he saw me. He probably has no idea what happened to him.
Guy went down like a sack of potatoes.
He had it coming.
I heard footsteps come to a stop right in front of us. I looked up.
So you came.
Oh my god, it's her!
I've been waiting for you. You're here to hear the rest, right?
Wait. Just... Wait a minute. What the hell is your deal? How could you be so calm? If we hadn't shown up just now, you'd...
Have been stabbed in the heart by this young man and died. Yes. Although, that reminds me, I haven't thanked you yet. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate you saving me.
What?
Hold on. How do you know about being stabbed by Dio? Are you an Esper too?
Yes.
Oh my god!
Indeed, I am. I am able to jump through time, just like you.
I just have to say really quick, I've become so annoying in real life as a result of this stream series, just because I was made to watch My Dress Up Darling, and each time Oh My God appeared on the subtitles, I was just like, oh, out loud, I was like, oh my god. It's a pretty good show though.
Yeah, I gotta stop doing that. I'm sure it's annoying to people.
No, I love it. And by the way, Chad, I am burying the lead by saying made to watch. More like voluntarily said yes when given the opportunity. So,
I have no idea what it is, so.
Yeah. Yeah. It's fine.
Please
It's,
don't stop. It's so funny. You've ruined my vocabulary.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the goal. Thank you.
Yeah. People have said the same thing to me, that I've ruined their vocabulary.
Yeah,
so that's part of what it's all about, you know? God, if you knew he was going to stab you, why were you going to let him do it?
Because I had to.
What?
Think back. Why are you here? If I hadn't been killed by Dio, no one else would have been murdered. Consequently, your own abilities would never have manifested.
So, we needed her to die.
I did explain, didn't I? The purpose of the AB project was to send the two of you to the past.
She did
For
say
your
that last time.
minds,
She
at
did.
least.
She did.
Like the hologram.
In
It's just
order for
interesting that
to
she had to
happen,
die to do that.
Some death was necessary. When a human brain is faced with danger, its processing speed increases. Information is processed more quickly, and time almost seems to slow. A few seconds can feel like an eternity. Unfortunately, that in itself isn't enough to send oneself through time. The amplitude of the consciousness is simply too small. In order to increase the amplitude, we need to slow down
The amplitude of the
brain before
consciousness
the
is such a great
increase
line.
happens. It's a little like a slingshot.
It's a slingshot, dude.
You pull
Just
back
like Twilight
on the rubber
Princess.
band and then let go.
Dango and I used to always quote this in our summoners duels, like when we did Fire Emblem Heroes summoning together. And like every time we didn't get a 5-star, we're like, we're pulling the slingshot back. Like, so we're gonna get a bunch of them.
The potential energy you stored in
Should have
the
sent your
bag
consciousness
is
back.
released and
past.
I
converted
wish.
into kinetic energy. That's what fires the bullet out of the slingshot. Now, while a slingshot can only fire in one direction, your mind isn't similarly limited. When the bullet of your consciousness is fired from the slingshot of your brain, it travels past the 3-dimensional world and into the 4-dimensional one.
This
From that perspective,
that was a line and a
time
half.
is
What the
no longer fixed.
You see, that's why we can time travel. You
Yeah.
see? And yes, I did see the Faye banner. And I saw it came out and you released the Elfin video, like right when Elfin got launched, so that was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
In other words, you can travel to the future, the past, whenever you like. Your consciousness
But we're
has been
always
released
in the
from
present.
the 3-dimensional cage.
Think about it.
In order for that to happen, I had to infect you with Radical 6.
Oh no.
That's not ethical.
This is not.
Congratulations,
Dude.
Dots.
Lady,
The
wait
hard
till the
work
Better
paid off.
Business Bureau hears about your AB games, lady. Whoa, what?
We're infected with Radical 6?
Did I hear that Horror Stories uploaded a video for the first time in like 3 years? I haven't. And also, he got like weirdly political and like lost a bunch of subscribers during his hiatus. Like it was like very strange. I forgot what happened. He either got like evangelical or like right-wing political or something on his channel, and yeah, whatever.
Yes.
I
Don't
forgot what
you
happened.
remember, Sigma? Luna should have told you about it in another timeline.
We like to call it someone's Twitter arc.
Are you sure?
Wait, what?
Describing horror stories, what he went through the last 3 years, that's his Twitter arc.
Yeah, yeah.
Infecting
You should
all
start
these
posting.
people
You
with
become a
such
poster.
horrible disease?
Every single one of you has been infected. Well, apart from Luna, of course. Unfortunately, it was necessary. We needed to slow your minds in order to store up your potential energy.
You following this?
Yes.
Then we provided a dire situation that would accelerate your processing speed. The result is what you are now experiencing. Your consciousness now occupies four-dimensional space-time.
This is insane. I don't blame him for the ellipses. So basically our brain processing is so fast that we've exited the third dimension into the fourth dimension beneath the third dimension.
It's like a nonsense explanation, but it's like the best they could do, I guess. Like,
I'm gonna be honest though, it makes sense, like, right? Like your brain's so fast. Well, because I think
it just breaks through the fourth dimension.
well, speed is like speed is like super important to time travel anyway, like theoretically at least, because you have to like go super fast to slow down time. So this is just like, what if we had 4 more miracle events in there that makes it so that your brain itself moves so fast you can zoink through time?
Yeah. And, of course, crisis, one of the necessary ingredients to access the morphogenetic field. Danger. So.
Even that, however, wasn't enough. You had the ability to travel, but your memories could easily be lost during the trip. If the project was to succeed, you had to be able to retain everything you learned in each reality. That was the reason you were forced to jump so many times. With each jump, your ability to remember improved.
This was our training arc, dude.
Yeah.
Eventually,
oh my god, so now it's time for the real anime.
To retain everything. That is why we made you play the A-B game. That was why you had to select different chromatic doors. By forcing specific choices, we could cause you to make more jumps.
I get it now. I think I finally understand. Well, okay. There are a lot of things I don't understand, but all of what you just told me makes sense. You did all of this, so fine, I could jump through 4-dimensional space with our memories intact.
Yes.
Oh. He said right?
Yeah.
But it skipped it.
But why did you need us to do that? People have died for this. I mean, let's count how many different ways people died. Murder, antimatter explosion, suicide. I've died. Fi has died. You have died.
Oh my god!
God! Why would you do all this? What does it matter if Fi and I jump through time?
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. You are all destined to die.
Can I just jump back in time to when I was rising up that politician's daughter?
Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
I already know all that. What I'm asking you is why? What's so goddamn important that it's worth all this?
Ah. I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually.
What? Just when is eventually?
In a future not very far from now.
Bullshit. That's not good enough. Why can't you tell us now?
Instead of answering, Akane knelt down next to Dio and picked his knife up off the floor.
I'm going to keep this with me.
Yeah.
But it's almost time.
What are you talking about? We've got plenty of time.
No. In a few moments, you'll return to the original timeline.
What?
This is the way it has to be. Don't fight it. Logomorph.
Yes.
What the?
Lagomorph?
You call him Zero Jr. His official designation is Lagomorph. Lagomorph, this is an order. Unlock my bracelet.
Compliance.
How weird is that?
That is just
Now, everything is in place.
So Dio's plan is to kill her to take her bracelet so he could like participate in the game.
yeah.
But in this right timeline, where you don't find Akane's body, he just wakes up and he's like, "Oh, sweet." He's like, "What the fuck happened?"
I have put the bracelet onto Dio. All we have to do is place his body in the 5th AB room, the second one from the right.
That's the one Quark is in, right?
Correct. I will move him. I will also put your bodies back into the 3rd AB room.
That's correct, Crimbo. They're gonna get put back in the elevator and they have to solve the puzzle again.
Once that's done, I will reset its
Thanks,
puzzle
Lagomorph.
to an unsolved state.
Why do you need to do all that?
To recreate
That's extra.
the history that you remember. Your consciousness is about to leave your body and return to the future. Your body will be emptied, and your other consciousness will jump back in. If your bodies aren't back in the 3rd AB room by then, it would be bad.
So you're saying some version of us is going to wake up in that room and repeat the same history again? Well, I guess this could actually be our 2nd or 3rd time.
You are exactly correct. Lastly, I'm going to leave this with you.
She paused and pulled something out of her pocket. It was a small key attached to a string.
I'll tie it onto your ankle so that you won't lose it. All right, Sigma?
Say on there.
Tu fui ego eris.
It's Latin. It means, what you are, I was. What I am, you will be.
Yes.
What's it say on there? Lego my ego. What am I supposed to do with it?
Fui
It
ego
will help
eris.
you meet someone who's very important.
What?
Go. Return
So what was it
to
it
the
said? It said,
future.
whatever I am, you will be? Is that what it said?
I
just want to keep that in mind.
What you are, I was. What I am, you will be.
Okay.
You won't be alone.
Do you remember seeing the words "tu fui ego eris" somewhere?
I do, but I don't remember where.
I will be
Okay,
at
well,
your side,
I'll help you.
watching over you. Now hurry.
Let me have a brain blast here. Wait. Still.
Can anyone recap? I could recap. Akane gave us a key. And it was on us the whole time, actually. Like, in the timelines where Akane was saved by us, we have a key around our ankle. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Technically, the
So.
split starts, like, before this even happens.
Yeah.
Now you can play as Lugi! Lugi mode has been unlocked.
It's a new point. Oh, so it's back here. So do we have to go find the
Gotta find where we can use
True
this
Fluid
key,
again?
dude.
All right. Is it the garden?
Oh, looks like you're awake.
Is this the repopulation ending? Is this the infirmary?
Let me take inventory.
Why are we here?
Do
know what happened at the AB gate?
Kay and I went back to the infirmary, but...
We waited and waited, and the two of you never returned.
So we went to the warehouse to check on you.
We found you passed out in front of the AB rooms.
That's strange.
Kay and I hurried back here with you.
I looked over at Fi and met her eyes.
Do you remember what happened just now?
You mean what happened a long time ago?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You got him. Pretty good, huh?
Yeah, I remember all right.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Dude, Quark's here.
What?
Yeah.
What am I?
Beep boop.
Top liver?
Beep boop boop boop.
Alice is here. Yeah.
Yay!
Back among the
Yay,
conscious and
Alice!
not
I'm gonna
psychotic
kill you,
ones.
Alice! I'm gonna kill you! You're gonna die again!
Grandpa told me what you did. Thanks for finding the medicine for us.
No problem, all in a day's work. Although I wouldn't mind a little swimsuit action.
He says that to Quark.
Really grabbing at straws here, aren't you?
And also saying that to Alice is like nuts. Alice, you need to show some more skin. Stop being such a prude. Hey, I wasn't talking to Quark. That was an offer for Alice.
Not really my point.
Whatever. Forget about that. Now that you guys are awake, all we gotta do is open the number 9 door.
Oh.
What are you talking about?
Look at your bracelet.
Dude, we have 10 points.
It says 10. I have 10 BP.
I've got 15 BP.
What the
Oh
fuck?
my god, we're breaking the game.
Oh my
That means I
god.
got 6 more points while I was out.
But how?
You've been asleep for more than 2 hours. We've played the AB game 3 times.
3 times?
Yes. Of course, the color and group assignments were shuffled around each time. But no matter who voted, everyone chose Ally.
Except when we were up against Tin Miyoji. He has negative 4 BP and died.
He's just in the corner, like slumped over. Okay, let's see. Temioji has this is important. He has 9. Quark has 13. Dio has 13. I don't know why. Kay has 14. Alice has 9. And Luna has 9. Where's Clover? 14. Alright, now it's perfect. Everybody could be happy.
And now all of us have enough to leave.
Except Dio. Fuck Dio.
He's gonna stay next to that sink. I was stunned. How had everyone cooperated long enough to raise all of our BP past 9? Was it because Akane hadn't been killed? Without a death to start things off, maybe we'd been less suspicious of one another. Or could the bombs have had something to do with it? We'd all joined forces against Dio, and Fi and I had been able to disarm all of them. All of us had banded together against a common enemy and overcome a tremendous threat. Perhaps that had strengthened our bond. Which, I had to admit, would be somewhat ironic. After all, Dio had planted the bombs that forced us all to work together against him. This must have been what Akane was talking about.
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. Sacrifices had to be made for the...
Come
Oops.
on, let's go! Let's open the door and get out of here!
Wait. What about him?
After some discussion, we decided to leave Dio behind. Alice was the only holdout. She complained about wanting to take him back to her superiors, but after I mentioned they'd come back to investigate after we escaped, and deal with Dio then. She reluctantly complied.
All right,
Let's leave him here to starve.
let's get going.
Oh, let's not even tell the authorities. Let's just let him die.
What about his kid? Come on.
Who cares?
He doesn't actually have a kid, I'm pretty sure.
Even his wife, Luna's like, kill him. Everybody ready? I'm gonna open it.
Yes, just get on with it.
Everyone else swallowed and nodded. I grabbed the lever and pulled it down. Thank you, Lag Spike. Hope you're doing well. You know, Bopper's gonna have to try really hard to beat this finale, but...
I'm sure it'll be fine. It's not like this game keeps spawning in 4 new hours of content each time we play.
The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds.
All right, everybody, let's move.
I didn't need to tell them twice. The room inside was clearly a loading elevator. It looked sort of like a large plate on top of a huge pedestal. We ran to the center of the plate and turned around. The number 9 door stood wide open.
2, 1, 0. The number 9 door is closing.
We did it, Bopper. We beat the game.
Yay, it's over.
Yay.
Good thing there's nothing bothering me about this game and questions I want answered that are...
Oh, this is the end, dude. We
Yeah.
just
The
leave.
number 9
Hey, remember when my
door
robot arms blew
has
up?
closed.
Nothing to worry about that.
This ends the nonary game. Thank you for your participation.
It was just a plot twist, dude. It has nothing to do with the
Yeah.
grander scheme of things.
As the game is
When Speedy said this is the finale, he meant part 1 of 3. Oh, it's like an old anime on YouTube from like 2007. Alright, guys, it looks like Quark wasn't a robot, so...
Well,
Danganronpa...
you don't know for sure. You don't know for sure.
Yeah. Well, this is the end of the game. We're out of here. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Shout out to whoever played 40 hours of this, was like, this is a satisfying conclusion, and closed their 3DS. Never opened it back up.
They all lived. The end, except Dio.
I just know this door opening right here is like a metaphor for how batshit crazy this is about to get, what we're about to walk into.
Looks like we did it.
Yes.
Yeah,
We should keep
Junpei,
moving.
yeah!
Beyond the door was a wide hallway that ended in a very solid wall. To the left, we found a very familiar-looking door. We pushed it open and went in.
Hi, is this Zero Time Dilemma? Hello?
It just starts like Zero Time
Yes.
when you go through this door.
Pressure exchange chamber. Oh my god, that's
You know
Clover's
what
outfit.
This place is?
Yeah, sort of. The whole facility is pressurized, apparently. I think the idea is to keep the air outside and consequently the virus from getting inside. This means that if we want to go out, we have to decompress so we match the outside air pressure. The room here is where you prepare for going into the actual pressure exchange room. You see all those suits along the wall? I figure we need to put those on and head to the decompression room downstairs.
Whoa! Hold on a minute. You're saying the air outside is full of that horrible virus?
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Of course, according to Akane, we were already infected with Radical 6. All of us. So the whole room seemed a little pointless.
Why? How did all this happen?
Did they?
No, that's not possible.
We've come this far. We can't turn back now. Let's go outside. There's no way to know what's really going on until we do.
Let's go touch grass.
All right.
No one else objected. We all donned the protective suits and headed downstairs to the decompression room.
Ah, the blowing chamber.
From the My Castle and Fates,
Yeah.
the blowing
Yeah.
chamber. As
You
soon
know,
as
I
we
hear
were all
they-
inside.
I hear they
What'd you
censored this. I hear they censored this decompression room in the American version of the AB game.
Can't blow on people's faces anymore.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm proud of that nickname, the blowing chamber. I thought it was
Yeah.
very clever. As soon as
An
we were
all-timer
all
for
inside, the process began. Through my helmet, I could hear the soft hiss of air being sucked out of the room. We stood there for several minutes, waiting for the process to finish. At last it did, and we heard the door begin to open.
Hey, so Alice, what were swimsuits like during the Macedonian invasion of ancient Egypt?
Beyond it was another decompression chamber. We repeated the process 2 more times before we reached the final door and opened it. The dead, bleak landscape wasn't a surprise for me. I'd seen it before in another timeline. The others hadn't, however, and although I couldn't see their faces through the visors of their helmets, I heard more than a few gasps over the radio. For a few long moments, we just stood there, astonished.
Where the hell are we?
The desert, I guess?
I figured that out. I mean, which one?
I don't know, but I think I know what day it is.
Hmm?
Look at the moon. It's red, right? That means today's the total lunar eclipse.
So?
Remember the astronomy magazine in the lounge? Well, the next eclipse like this was gonna be on December 31st, 2028. So...
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are you suggesting we were sleeping for a week after we were abducted?
I think so.
Wherever we were must have been far away from any city. The air was clearer than I'd ever seen it. And the stars, the sky was full of them, more stars than I'd ever seen in my life. I could even spot the hazy arm of the Milky Way. But the most striking feature was the moon. It was blood red and massive, much bigger in fact than I remembered it being. Then, as I watched, a black spot began to move across its surface. It was hard to see details, but it looked circular. The spot continued to move across the moon, heading for the right edge.
What's that?
The moon. Well, the moon's shadow, actually.
The moon's shadow.
I frowned. That didn't make any sense.
Zero told me to stay quiet. I think he was worried I'd spill the beans on his operation. He said if I didn't toe the line, he wouldn't just kill me. He'd kill Quark, too.
Oh my god.
And I agreed, like an idiot, and brought Quark with me. Just so I could see her. Such an idiot. So, that being the case, might as well start with this. I meant what I said before. That up there is the moon's shadow.
How are you saying?
Think about it. If that's the moon's shadow, then what's it falling on?
What?
That's Earth.
We're on the moon.
sun.
What? No. No way. If that's the Earth, then where the hell are we?
The moon, of course. This is the lunar surface. We were just inside a moon base. No way. No, you've got to be lying.
You did call this, by the way.
Yeah,
You're
I
like,
did.
we're on the moon. Yeah. I remember you saying that.
How do you expect us to believe that?
Because no wonder you were super defensive about that one. You just kept going like, "We're on the desert, bro.
No,
We're on
it's
the
a
desert.
desert. It's a desert, bro.
The moon's desert."
Yeah. That's pretty ridiculous. Besides, if this was the moon, how do you explain the gravity? The moon only has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. So what's this?
She picked up a rock and dropped it.
See? That looked perfectly normal.
Yes, it looked that way.
Luna?
You were right about the gravity in a way. I was one of the people who knew this wasn't Earth. Well, I suppose I'm not people, if we're being honest, but
What does she mean by that?
Excuse me? What?
please just listen. Alice, you were infected with Radical 6. Then we gave you the Accelavir, which cured you. The Radical 6 isn't completely gone, though. Some of its symptoms stick around for a while.
What symptoms?
Well, Radical 6 can slow down your brain's processing speed by the root of 1/6. It can take a while for your brain to get back up to speed. Every one of us has been infected. In other words, all of our brains have been processing information at a much lower speed. If you evaluated the root of 1/6, you'll get a number close to 0.408. That means our brains are running at something slightly less than half speed. As you said before, the moon's gravity is about 1/6 that of Earth's. The time that it takes for an object to fall is inversely proportional to the square root of the gravitational acceleration. Since the gravity is lower on the moon, that means the time increases. I guess that's a little technical. Let me give you an example. Say you drop an apple from a height of 4.9 meters. It will take approximately 1 second to hit the ground. On the moon, however, that time would be 1 second times root 6, which would be approximately 2.45 seconds. I used 4.9 meters because it matches up with the acceleration of gravity nicely, but it could be anything. The gravity constant is, well, a constant. You could drop something from 10 centimeters or 10 meters and it would be the same. Does that make sense? So now we've established that on the moon, things fall root 6 times slower than they do on Earth. That being the case, what would happen if someone's brain slowed down by root 1/6? To them, 2.45 seconds would feel like 1 second. 4.9 seconds would feel like 2. But it's not hypothetical. That's what's been happening to every one of us.
Bro, we've been moving so slow.
Is there a play VLR and a Route 6 speed challenge?
Wait. You're saying that's the reason we didn't notice the weaker gravity?
Like right now they're talking like they're high. Like,
Yeah.
you're saying that's the reason.
Are you sure you didn't notice
That's crazy. My brain way.
Huh? You and Sigma and Phi said something about it in the lounge. About how you felt weird.
It's kind of like my body isn't really mine.
To wing, brothers! Keep up with me if you can!
Thank you so much, Case, for 21 months. They turned us stupid so we wouldn't notice the gravity change. Pretty much, in a nutshell.
Floating. Like that?
Thank you, Case. Does that math add up? Absolutely. Do not question Uchikoshi. It seemed insane, but what Luna said made sense. In fact, it explained Phi's apparently superhuman strength quite well. You remember that?
Yeah, is Phi the only character that did any shit like that, though?
No one else tried the jump.
Yeah.
Once.
Like, okay, but our physiognomy hasn't changed, right? So, like, with the force, would Phi's force at like the slower gravity speed going down even be enough to actually fuck up
Knock
Dio?
someone out? I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea how that works.
It's just silly, dude.
I know. I just think it's funny
just
because, like, I imagine now Dio literally got hit in the face and he's going down, and from like an objective observer standpoint, he's going down like, oh.
Yeah, you're right. He's like slow motion, like, oh.
Wait. This is crazy.
This can't be
Thank
happening.
God there was no like basketball court in their little facility.
You throw the ball, it just like.
Sigma's trying to hoop, and like all of a sudden he's like, "Whoa!"
I mean, we threw darts.
We did. Aren't those moving kind of funny?
You would think so. Like they're going farther than I think they should be.
Thing is just red.
Before we get into that, I should probably tell you something. This isn't New Year's Eve in 2028.
Oh, here we go. It's another reveal.
Today is January 27th.
It's 2058. In 29?
Don't tell me. 30?
Still no.
Just what year is this?
I said this last time. I was like, the math don't math on the year. This has got to be like the 2050s. Did I get it again? Come on.
It's 74.
Oh!
my God!
I counted. I called it in spirit. So, yeah, Junpei dropping bombs. No, that's insane. Yes, chat. We can't say VLR was already 5 years ago until 2080. That would mean
we got time.
Chat, when we're 84, we're gonna replay this game. When we were abducted more than 45 years ago.
I don't blame you if you don't believe me. But it's the truth.
How can you be sure?
It's not that hard. Quark and I left Earth on January 23rd, 2074. Solar eclipses are easy to predict. We've known that there'd be one on the 27th for a long time. That's just science. Nobody can.
Chat, is that actually a eclipse that's going to happen? Since I know we can calculate it out, I'm just curious.
Knowing Uchikoshi, he would probably make sure it's accurate.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm just curious.
He's very meticulous when it comes to like science things in his games, like real science. Like when the pseudoscience kicks in, it's a little like fucking
Who
nuts.
cares?
But like real science things, he's pretty meticulous about it.
Yeah.
But why is the Earth red?
That's a long story. About 45 years ago, on April 13th, 2029, there were 18 annihilation reactors operating in various parts of the world.
That's so funny. It's like the Department of Defense shows up in your town and it's like, hey, can we put an annihilation reactor here?
Not in my backyard.
13th, all 18 of them went up.
Oh
All at the same time.
no!
The
Wow.
explosion was about 180,000 times as powerful as the atom bomb they dropped on Hiroshima.
Wait, like each one? Or
In total, I don't know.
that's so much.
I suppose it started a few months before that.
We can't build annihilation reactors, dude. We have to stop that.
Yeah.
The government had a test site for a future Mars mission out in the middle of Nevada. On December 31st, 2028, there was an accident. Well, accident doesn't quite convey the right sense of the thing. The point is, Radical 6 claimed its first victims there, then escaped. Didn't take long for it to spread to the rest of the world. Like Luna explained, the virus slows your brain down. But eventually, it also makes you kill yourself. Pretty soon, the bodies started to pile up. Some people would take a dive off a building or shoot themselves in the head. You know, the classics. But for some, it was poison or fire or asphyxiation or the noose. Plenty of people jumped in front of trains or cars. One pilot on a passenger airline drove his plane into the ground. Most forms of transportation ground to a halt pretty fast. That meant food couldn't get distributed, and thousands of people who weren't even infected died from starvation. Everywhere you went, there were just piles of corpses, covered in flies and rats and crows. I don't know what hell's like, but I imagine it's a lot like that. After a while, people who managed to avoid getting infected started trying to get in touch with one another. They got a hold of some radios and organized a couple meetings. There was only one thing to discuss, of course. How could they get rid of Radical 6? The answer, they decided, was purification. They figured they could just roast the surface of the Earth and that'd kill the virus off for good. On April 13th in 2029, they put their plan into effect. That plan was to detonate all 18 annihilation reactors.
Wow.
Now the truth is, that's mostly just rumor.
We were fucked.
Nobody really knows what happened.
What if that's what they did for COVID?
Might have been.
I've got my own theories.
We're moving
I
it
think that the bombers
moon
had already been
speed.
infected. And when they died, they took billions with them. The ultimate if I die, you're coming with me gesture, I suppose. I bet you money they'd all lost it long before they got to the reactors. Killing most of the world, no matter how bad things had gotten, was not a sane plan. Even if it wasn't directly responsible, Radical 6 killed most of the people on Earth. Anyway, why it happened isn't that important. Point is, it happened. You ever heard of nuclear winter? Well, that's basically what we got. The explosions threw a ton of crap up into the stratosphere, where it joined up with smoke and ash from all the fires. It blotted out the sun for 7 years. Plants withered and animals died by the millions. The few humans who were left banded together to survive. They were rough times. Eventually, they were over, though. The sky cleared and the sun came back. Plants started blooming again, and the animals that hadn't died out completely began to reappear. Things weren't quite back to normal, though. It's been 45 years now, but there's still quite a bit of dust and ash in the air. That's what you're seeing. You know why a sunset's red? Well, this is the same thing. Blue and green light have short wavelengths, and they scatter when they run into debris in the air. Red light, on the other hand, has a longer wavelength, which means it'll get a lot farther when the air's dirty. So there you are. The Earth looks red because that's the only color of light that can make it through the atmosphere.
I was speechless. What could I possibly say? There was no reason for Temioji to lie to us. But we were standing on the moon, looking at the Earth. It was 2074, but why? Why were we there? Why were we then? I was so lost in thought, I barely noticed Phi's approach.
Hey, Sigma. I think I figured something out.
A window popped up on the inside of my helmet with Whisper in the corner. We got DMs.
Oh boy.
He
Is
seemed
this
to
one
be
too
using a
big?
circuit only we could hear.
Yeah. What is it?
I figured out why there's an extra E.
Oh, in Memento Mori.
Ninth
Nine.
line.
An extra E. E, E, E. Or E, or E. Oh, you mean the graffiti?
Yeah. The one on floor B. I think it's an anagram, just like on floor A.
What's Anna say this time?
God damn it, Sigma! Knock it off! Memento mori if the ninth lion ate the sun. If you rearrange the letters, you get... The man on the moon rules the infinite time.
I agree. Oh my god, I knew it! I should have said it!
See?
Remember Man on the Moon in gym class? Oh, that's a cool animation.
6 E's to get that.
I don't remember that. We never played that.
So they stuck an extra one in ninth.
The man on the moon rules the infinite time.
I think it's a message for us from Zero Senior and Akane. Remember what she was telling us?
We created the AB project for one purpose. To transport the consciousnesses of two people into the past. Those two people are you, Sigma, and you, Vi.
What are you getting at?
My god, you're slow. You don't get it? They're saying we rule the infinite time. Infinite time. They weren't just talking about having us jump a couple hours. I think they're planning to send us back. Way back.
Wait a minute. You're saying they're gonna send us back 45 years?
Yeah. I'd bet on it.
So the ultimate purpose of the AB project is to send us back in time to that catastrophe Tenmyoji was talking about?
I think so.
Doesn't make any sense, though. I mean, we came from that same time period before it, actually. So why bring us here and send us back?
Well, Akane should be able to tell us the rest. Let's go pay her a visit.
You know where she is?
I've got an idea.
Last chance. Where do you think she is?
Where do I think she is?
Where?
I don't want to go
5,
back in the facility.
4,
So, is she just with us? Is there just an extra person in an extra suit that no one counted for in the same way they put an extra E in ninth?
Come on, think. Remember what she said when she gave you the key?
Oh, wait, oh no!
Ego Eris.
No.
Oh!
She's right here.
Oh, the grave!
The
Don't you
grave!
remember? Don't you remember the grave we did nothing with?
Oh yeah, I said I was like in the garden, and I forgot the grave. The one in the garden.
Well, come on, what are you waiting for?
Let's go back in the facility.
Let's go.
We gotta go.
We turned and ran back in the pressure exchange chamber, the others following close behind.
What are you doing? Did you forget something?
We're going back to have a talk with someone.
Who?
You really need me to spell it out? The person behind all this.
You mean Akane?
What?
I'll take that as a yes. Let me accompany you then.
Wait, why do you know about Akane?
I'll tell you when we get there. Now,
Ew, Dr. Sigma.
I'm coming with you. You folks just said the magic word.
I'm going to then. So am I.
Bro, we had the full party.
Hey,
Except Dio.
is this Akane you're talking about?
Yeah. You know her real well.
Wait, you're not... You're serious? What the hell is going on?
Shut up! Shut up! Come if you want to. We don't need to do a roll call. Once we get there, Akane can explain everything.
With that, we headed back through the airlock.
Okay. I don't know if you would remember exactly, but there's a good stopping point. Like, not for the stream, but like a good, like, so I can go give cat medicine at some point in, like,
we can stop, like, right here. I gotta fix my audio anyway. I don't know why it's crackling like this.
Crackly! Alright, will you do that? I'm gonna go give drugs to the cat. Amoxicillin.
I'll fix my audio. I'll be right back, chat. Hello? I'm back. Oh, he's gonna miss the door opening. Thank you, chat. Thank you.
Oh, clever.
I don't know what to add. Oogie. He's missing the metaphor of the door. Add Yoshi. I'll add blue Yoshi. This will show up really well. This looks so goofy. Yoshi! Look, he's waving his hands back and forth. He's like, hi! That looks great. I love him! That's a cross? No, that's his little 3-finger hand. Masterful work, thank you. That's from memory. I don't know. What do you guys want to talk about? Thought I gave him a cross earring? No. What? Okay, wait. Let's make these fingers more circular. Now they're just like abnormally big. Hi. He has 4 fingers? Okay. Fixed it. Yosh! That's a great Yoshi from memory. Thank you. I think he's flipping you off now. No, he would never. Are you guys... Are there... How many people here are experiencing this for the first time? Like the ending? I know Zachary, like, hasn't played it. Oh, and I'm sorry, Crimbo. I missed your link. I was drawing Yoshi. Oh, you are too? Well, I hope you're enjoying it. We have Crimbo's piece of art here. Lace satin. Looks amazing. Is this a sword? Or a quiver? Is she an archer? I like her eyes so much. See, we're up to 30 inches. Every like is an extra inch for Sigma. Didn't remember what the ending was like. Yeah, it's been a while. It's a sword, got it. Just wait, the moon twist is the... Wait. Can't say that, Azure. Mods? 31 now. We're growing!
The number 9 door on floor A is shut forever once the game ends.
I'll just wait for Bopper here. Working on key art for her family, so you have it. Is this like a, is this just like an OC for OC's sake, or are you planning to do something like create a game or a story or a comic or something? Any Fae players going for the new banner? You're excited for Elfin if he's not, even if he's not the best? He's a 5-star, right? He looked like a 5-star. Trying to remember what you're talking about, Nathaniel. You're skipping the banner. Same. I'm skipping every banner from now on. Been working on a Days of Future Past parody for your thumbnail all day. I don't really... Should I know what that is? Days of Future Past? I don't know what that is. But I'm sure the thumbnail, if you're working on it that long, it'll look amazing. Skipping even when Lalena's in it. It's just... I haven't logged into Fae. Oh, it's X-Men. Yeah, I don't know shit about X-Men, dude. I'm sorry. I played UMVC 3 too, and I didn't know there was a reference to that. It's the X-Men wanted poster in UMVC 3. I don't remember. Is that like where they had all like the potential DLC characters? And people were like freaking out about it? Oh, I'm sure you did, Dots. Like you worked so hard for the video and then he shows up on the banner. That must have been an awesome feeling. Gotcha, Case. Okay. That's a cool concept. Man, I feel so lost without Bopper. I don't know what to do. Ruby Heart coming in now when we get MVC 4. They're not going to make MVC 4. Oh, coming in hot. Okay, okay. Any fighting game news for me? Not really. I haven't been following much. I'm excited to see Mai in Street Fighter 6. Can you draw a mustache on K? Not easily. Like with the memo? I would have to delete Loogie. No.
All right, I'm Mario.
Oogie.
Cat's medicated. Oh, is this like Mr. Peanut?
I'm drawing Gentleman K. That's his top hat.
Yes.
And his cane is right here. That looks great.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Does he have
Welcome
the
back,
big
Bopper.
giant filtered cigarette?
I don't know how to draw that, but I think I like the. I always think about like Cruella de Vil with that, like 101 Dalmatians with that long ass cigarette
That's what it is.
Okay, so we open the number 9 door. We're inside the facility now.
Okay.
And Kay is like, the number 9 door on floor A is shut forever once the game ends.
Assuming Zero Jr. was telling the truth, of course. But the door on floor B...
Yeah. Thought we might be able to take the lift to it. And it looks like I was right.
That's what the second door was for, Bopper. You remember that second non-labeled door on floor B?
Yeah.
Any idea where Akane might be?
You mean
Yeah, the grave.
Oh shit.
grave in the garden?
Yeah. Don't worry.
We'll talk about it, Domini, when we get to like the ending. I'll make Bopper talk about all that stuff.
Oh, yeah. I don't think she's buried out there or anything. Chances are she's alive. Just in the grave.
Okay. Don't worry.
Anyway, let's move
He won't die.
to the garden.
I guess they could have, Slim Jim. They could have opened that door and let everybody through. Like through the back door.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
Finally, the Chow Gardens. What were the memory cards? The memory cards on the Dreamcast got to be one of the like coolest things that went
Oh
nowhere.
yeah. What was it? The SVU or
Is Akane
something?
really
Yeah.
under here?
I think so.
What should we do? Are we gonna dig her out?
Get the shovel.
No, I don't think we'll have to do anything like that.
Oh, the VMU. Yeah. Thank you. I don't know what. I guess it's memory unit. Something memory unit.
You see the keyhole on the grave? If I just insert this here.
I pulled the key off my ankle and fitted it into the hole. I twisted it to the right until I heard something unlock. With a quiet grinding, the grave began to shift.
Oh. Oh my god! Another pod!
There's another pod!
It doesn't look like a coffin.
Yeah. It's a treatment pod. Oh my god.
It is, isn't it?
You know what this means, Bopper?
She's in a box.
The glass on the cover had frosted over, making it opaque. We couldn't see who or what was in it.
Let's see what's inside.
She grabbed a hold of the lever on the side of the pod.
No good. I think it's locked.
What?
Treatment pod TP00. Stage 1. Defrosting complete.
What if it is just Dio in there and he's suffocating again?
Stage 2 will be complete.
Wait, so
in
this is
10
someone who's
minutes.
gonna be frozen in there. Oh my god, who could it be?
Once stage 2 is complete, the lock will automatically disengage.
This is gonna be something nuts that I'm not gonna predict. Right. Cold sleep.
What?
These pods can put people into cold sleep. It uses something called CAS to freeze human bodies without destroying their cells.
So, Ms. Akane's like an ice cube?
I think so. If it's young Akane,
Then
Could be young
gotta wait
Akane.
till she melts?
what if it's 7? Yeah.
So how about you tell us your story while we wait, Kay?
It's got to be Akane.
Specifically.
Akane's in there, but it's going to be a different Akane from a different timeline that's sending
Why do
consciousness
you know
back and
Akane?
forth.
I remembered
What do you remember?
everything.
Just in time.
I was born and raised in this facility. It's called Rhizome 9. A rhizome is an underground plant stem that spreads by sending out roots.
What's up, Gronwolf? You missed the whole stream series? We've been here for 3 months.
Yeah.
What do you mean you missed it?
Kind of makes sense, doesn't it?
But good to see you. How's it going? Long time no see.
This facility is a little like a rhizome. Supposedly, that's why they call these installations that.
I've been busy!
The number comes from the facility's number. There are 54 rhizomes on the moon, and this is the 9th one.
Thank you, Gromwolf. Same to you.
Well, I suppose the other ones don't really matter to you, do they? In any event, I grew up here with Akane and Zero Senior.
I swear to God, if there's a
create the
third
AB
Sigma in that
project.
pod.
The AB project?
Yes. Its purpose is to send Phi and Sigma, or their consciousnesses at least, to the past.
Back 45 years, right?
Yes.
So, you want us to change history, huh? Go back and keep Radical 6 from getting out, and stop the reactors from exploding. That's our mission?
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean?
It's true that the ultimate goal of the project is to keep Radical 6 from spreading to the general population. But even if you do make it back, you won't be able to do much. By now, it's already too late.
Too late?
What do you mean?
Let me begin at the beginning. You might be thinking that Zero Senior and Akane were the ones who created all this. But that's not entirely correct. They only followed the histories they'd already seen. It was the only choice they had. Nothing less than the future of mankind is at stake. We need the two of you to jump through timelines while maintaining your memories. That is why you had to play the AB game, and why the chromatic doors were necessary. By forcing multiple options, you could make numerous jumps. We speculated that jumping more would strengthen your memories. The puzzles were also there for a purpose. Some theories hold that a moment of insight when you solve a puzzle strengthens your connection to the fourth dimension.
You see that? Puzzles
Yeah.
were important in the plot. We
Yeah.
had to do the puzzles.
That was the reason for the puzzles. Your infection with Radical 6 was also a vital part of our plan.
I love it when the
By
lore is
slowing
deep.
down your brain's processing speed, we can store your
And the
potential.
gameplay, Ludo.
I feel like it's just tacked on, but
Yeah.
I guess the Eureka moment is pretty powerful. I do enjoy it.
With that energy
Wow, that's
stored
really
up,
powerful.
we
So
just had to
Sigma
provide
solving
a
the puzzle.
life-or-death situation to launch your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Like a bullet from a slingshot.
What did you just say?
I mean, it is like, wait, hold on. Why did he just say the exact same shit as, Akane?
Because he also worked on the project, remember?
Well, yes, but like,
Hold on just a minute here.
this just
Keep
feels
talking
like,
about Sigma and Phi. But what about the rest of us?
Oh, was it Bopper's early birthday? You think?
yeah,
Doxed.
I am
Happy early birthday. I had no idea.
Yeah, tomorrow.
That's awesome, dude. Yay! Happy birthday.
VLR might be what I'm doing the day my birthday
gonna-
starts.
It's gonna be midnight, trust me.
Yeah.
Domini really wants to know what you're thinking. He is like so determined to hear your thoughts. So what were you gonna say with the slingshot thing?
Well, the slingshot thing is like the same, right? But like the fact that they're using the same metaphor, like they're quite intimately connected at that point. So like, did they grow? That's like some freaky we're family shit that everybody uses the same metaphor. Did they grow Sigma in a lab? Wait, but that wouldn't make any sense because he's from the past. None of this shit makes sense. But like, if K is Sigma inside a robot body, did they kidnap Sigma, clone him into a robot, put him into the game after using him, but they cloned him because they needed humans, but they're out of humans. They happen to have a human, but why does he have robot arms? What the fuck?
What about the rest of us?
Why did you bring us here?
That's simple. In earlier histories, you were all here in Rhizome 9. We needed you here to accurately replicate those histories.
It's just like Lotus being in 999, completely
Yeah.
useless.
Although I suppose that's probably not a good enough explanation for you. In a sense, though, it is the truth. Our primary goal was to replicate history. The rest is... Yes, I suppose I should explain. Very well. I will try and do so in a way you can understand. First, Alice and Clover. They were abducted 45 years and 1 month ago, on December 22nd, 2028.
It's true, Lotus did help. I'm just being an asshole.
The location is Earth, of course.
Can we get some
Specifically,
swimsuit
Los
action?
Angeles, California.
Lotus?
I could use a little swimsuit action.
Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
After being kidnapped, your bodies were sent to a facility under Akane's direction. You were placed in treatment pods and immediately put into cold sleep. 4 months later, you arrived at this facility. The date you finally arrived was April 14th, 2029. Your trip from Earth to this facility was aboard a spaceship powered by an annihilation engine. Following your arrival, your pods were placed in long-term storage. Does that make sense?
Are you telling me we were sleeping in those pods here for 45 years?
Oh my god!
Yes. In preparation for this day.
But why? What do you need us for?
You are an Esper, aren't you, Clover? I mean that you are able to access the fourth dimension. Am I wrong?
Did Akane tell you?
In a manner of speaking. As I've already explained, the purpose of this project is to send Sigma and Phi's consciousnesses to the past. Espers are able to sort of resonate with one another, which can amplify
The
their
resonant
power.
effect.
You understand?
When you have more espers, they become stronger, Bopper.
Yes.
This is
Yeah,
why we
it's like
brought you
those,
here, Clover.
It's like JRPG buffs that no one gives a shit about.
What about me?
Plus 10% poison
We needed your help,
resistance
Alice,
when
to
other
deactivate
Esper
Dio's
present.
bombs.
That's all she's here for. We ruined her life, so she could deactivate Dio's bombs.
That's nice.
Huh?
Also, I don't know why Alice is acting like I was asleep in ice. What?
I didn't do anything.
But you did. In another history, you were able to perform a prime decomposition on the 25-digit integer that Dio left behind. Only you could do that sort of thing. Because of your feat of mathematics, we were about to determine that Dio had planted the bombs. Then we were able to question him and get the password for the number 31. Finally, we used that information to stop the bomb in this timeline. Without your help, Alice, we would have been reduced to nothing more than so much space dust. This history exists because of your presence.
They are absolutely there for that, Dot Steph. Yeah. That is 100% why they're here.
Now, let me explain why we needed Tenmyoji and Quark. Tenmyoji is simple. We needed you for the same reason we needed Clover. You are able to access the fourth dimension. Almost half a century ago, you used that ability to save a young girl, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
We needed you to resonate with Sigma and Phi, so we brought you here. All it took was a messenger.
Do you want to see Akane? If you do, come with me. I was a fool and fell for it.
And you brought Quark with you. In fact, you insisted that he come.
Yeah, I know. I guess you were worried about leaving me alone, huh? He kept saying he couldn't run off to the moon and leave me behind.
I'm sorry, Quark. If I hadn't been so stupid and selfish, none of this would have happened to you. I never thought this would happen. Can you ever forgive me?
Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, I agreed to come with you. I thought the moon would be way more interesting than boring old Earth.
Them
What
boring
kid
old
would
grandpa
turn that
videos.
We didn't see the messenger after we got on the ship.
Opera, I gotta tell you.
Yes. Loogie?
These are the gold files.
Yes.
There's a gold file on Grandpa videos.
Oh my god.
It was on autopilot. As soon as we got in, it headed straight for the moon.
Can we get a
During the
fact
trip,
check on the link on
Zero
that
told me to
file?
keep quiet when we got there. I don't remember anything after we landed.
Then there was a bunch of that white smoke, and we passed out. And when I woke up, I was in the AB room.
Now, Dio. His real name is Left, and he's the leader of a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons. He was
The leader of a terrorist organization.
The Myrmidons
Oh,
are
the
under the
Myrmidons.
control of an organization called Free the Soul, which is in turn controlled by a man known as Brother. It was Brother who orchestrated the release of Radical 6 into the general population 45 years ago. Do you remember what Phi mentioned earlier? The ultimate purpose of the AB project is to change history and keep Radical 6 from being released. If we succeed, that would be bad for Brother and his organization. Our success would prevent them from creating the ideal world they're working toward. That is why Brother sent Left, his trusted lieutenant, to this facility. They needed to stop the AB project. So, Dio was given two tasks. The first was to eliminate Akane, the architect of the AB project. The second was to join the AB game and win it. If Dio won the game, the AB project would not be completed, at least not in that timeline. In other words, in that world, the project would have been stopped. If things didn't go as planned, Dio was given a contingency plan. If you cannot murder Akane and win the game, destroy Rhizome 9. Hence, the bombs.
Can I ask you something?
The chat's mad funny. Sorry.
How did Brother know about the AB project?
He was also an Esper. We can set Brother aside for now, though. May I proceed?
Let's put a pin in him, and we'll come back to that one later.
That's right. No one objected. We were all curious.
Excellent. That explains everyone, save two. Luna and myself. Sigma and Phi already know the truth about Luna. I don't believe I should reveal any more, however. I think it would be more appropriate if you could ask Luna yourselves at a later time.
It's very sensitive. She's very sensitive about it.
Would that be all right with you? Luna?
Yes, that's okay.
As for me, as I said before, I was born and raised here. The rest of you were brought to this facility, but I've never left. That makes me someone close to Zero Senior and Akane.
Hey, I've been wondering, who is Zero Senior?
You've already met him, Sigma. In another timeline.
Yeah. Well, I saw a hologram. Still don't know who he is.
Stage 2 is complete. TP-00 unlocking.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Oh boy, boy.
It looks like it's
TP.
finished.
For my
To be
bubble.
continued.
Shall we open the pod?
Yeah, let's do it. Trick or treat.
That would be funny, Quirk. All of us gathered around the pod. The glass was still covered with frost, hiding the contents.
Okay,
Well, boy, there's content inside.
let's get started then. Ready?
Vi laid her hand on the lever and looked around at us. I swallowed.
Yeah, anytime. We're playing a gotcha now. Sigma opens it up. It's like, oh, this is a 3-star demote.
right.
This sucks.
It's just a Dio.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Gold, 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 gold. Yes, I called it. I said it. Yes, yes. Oh. What? Whoa.
Suddenly, my head was full of memories from other timelines. I'd seen something like this before. The warehouse of Floor B, in front of the white door. Kay was lying in front of me. I grabbed his mask and saw my own face.
Yeah.
I never figured out who
Yes.
he really was. Why was there a man with my face underneath Kay's
Okay.
armor?
And now I remember, because the second I said there's another Sigma in there, that's when everybody was like, "Oh, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday!" Yes. Change the
Like,
topic.
move the
Happy
chat,
birthday,
move the
happy birthday.
It didn't make sense. After I'd seen him, I was injected with tubocurarine, and that was the end of that. But wait. If the person in the pod was the same person I'd seen on the floor of the warehouse, who was wearing Kay's armor?
You finally
Nosferatu.
noticed. Didn't I tell you? You won't be alone.
Dad? Who is it, Bopper? Who's in the armor?
It's the clone of his
I will
twin
be
brother.
at your side, watching over you.
No. Oh my god. You're.
Yes, I am.
Oh no, oh no, no.
Akane
Oh!
Bro, on this whole timeline, Kay was Akane the whole time. Oh,
What?
fuck.
No.
That's
Wait.
why we never found her body. Anyway,
But in the other timelines, it's Sigma. What?
It's you,
it's whoever that guy was, yeah.
June. I mean, Akane from. But you're old.
Yes, that's correct. I haven't spoken to you in a very long time, Clover. Or you, Junpei.
Yes!
I agree.
God!
Junpei?
Akane. Long time no see.
Fuck you, you crazy
could-
bitch!
I could barely hear what they were saying. My mind was still reeling. It felt like all the air had been knocked out of me, and it was all I could do to not collapse right then and there.
When? How long?
Do you remember when the two of you saved me in the warehouse?
I remember that
Once
fondly.
you saved me, you went back to your future.
That's one of my life's highlights.
Your minds did, at least.
Again,
I
Dio
carried
going
your
down in
bodies
slow-mo.
to the third AB room, and then took Dio's to the After that, I went into the first room and borrowed Kay's armor.
So by the time you and Clover came out, you'd already...
Yes.
Wait. That doesn't make any sense. Dio killed you. And then Luna took your body to the 6th room. You couldn't have been in Kay's armor.
No, it was me. In this timeline, at least. In this one, I wasn't murdered by Dio. You two saved me. It's just like Schrodinger's cat. Your actions in the future decided who would be inside the armor in the past.
Whoa.
That's powerful.
Wow, that's really powerful.
That's really powerful.
No, that's nuts.
Alright, what about the other history? The one where you weren't saved. What happens then? Who's wearing the armor?
That's quite simple. The man in front of you.
Him?
That's
Me?
correct. Whenever I'm not in the armor, he is.
What about the memory loss?
Did you notice like the speech pattern difference between Kay Akane and Kay the other guy?
Yes, but I don't think I mapped it on. I just had noticed that Kay was acting weird sometimes in some routes.
You didn't notice at the end of like a couple sentences, Kay would just be like, "Yeah." Like, that's really interesting, Sigma. Yeah.
Well,
You
I
never
had
noticed that?
not that specifically, but I had
No, I'm
noticed.
gaslighting you. That's not a thing.
Yeah. No, I felt like he
I
was
do think
weird,
they
like he
talk
was different
slightly
in
different.
some routes. Yeah.
For my part,
Yeah?
I confess that I lied. He, on the other hand, was telling the truth. Large doses of soporil can cause memory loss. I gave him a rather large dose.
So, who is he?
You've never seen him before?
No.
I can't believe Sigma was 0 this whole time.
What about the rest of you?
I have no idea who he is.
I've never seen him before.
Wait, what the fuck?
Total stranger.
Wait. What? Wait. What the? What are you guys saying? Come on, what are you guys saying? Right here, right here. Same face, yeah.
Huh? Huh?
Are you all right, Mr. Sigma? Did you hit your head or something?
Condition that Ace had where he couldn't see faces, right?
Prosopagnosia.
Oh. What? What?
It didn't make any sense. Why didn't they recognize me?
Sigma, your consciousness can jump through time. You can inhabit your body in the past or in the future.
What does that mean?
Don't you get it? You've jumped to the future. From 45 years ago.
I looked around frantically. A pond! I ran to it and threw myself down onto my knees. Crawling on all fours, I approached the edge. My heart was hammering inside my chest. A cold sweat trickled down my spine. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, damn it. I struggled to take deep breaths. Then, slowly, I peered into the pond, looking for my reflection.
What? Wait, he looks like that dude. Oh god. From Xenoblade Chronicles 1, the dude that gets like killed in the opening. He looks like that guy.
I don't remember him. Does he look like him? Oh, you mean the guy who turns into the yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I think I know.
Mumcar.
Mumcar, yeah.
Mumcar. He looks like Mumcar. His face.
It's your face, Dr. Sigma Climb.
Dr. Sigma.
Although
Dr.
to the
Sigma.
you that's behind it now,
Zero.
it's your face 45 years from now. Zero, the mastermind of the
You called it,
AB
man.
project.
Yeah.
It's you.
Oh my god!
He has no voice. He had no voice actor to hide the twist. Oh my god,
That's
they
right.
cheated. Oh my god.
That's exactly right.
That is a really funny way to use the fact that you have a limited budget to help your game.
We don't have to hire a voice actor for this one.
They're like, hey, we can't afford a voice actor. Perfect. What? What? No. No, that's not possible. That's bullshit. Yeah, that's right.
No.
This old man's been like, swimsuit edition.
Dude,
No.
every time you hit on a girl and she was like, what the fuck? Like, it was this old guy.
It's so funny because it's still like, I just imagine, because what the fuck plays perfectly normal even with Sigma looking like Sigma. But still like old ass Zero Sigma behind Clover on the desk being like, this is a view that comes once in a lifetime.
My God.
It's the truth.
This is an old ass man
Fighting
being
isn't
like, my
going to do
18
any
incher.
good. Please, Doctor.
We've seen his face before, right, ass Absol? Have we seen his face at any point other than like the intro?
Sigma's?
Point? Yeah, other than the intro and like K's mask reveal.
It was shown in flashbacks, and that's it.
Wait, is this why he got them? Is this why he's got scrawny old arms in a lot of the cutscenes? Because he's an old man now?
I'll just let it play out.
Yeah, okay.
I'm
not a doctor.
You will be.
He went to PhD school.
That's right.
A pioneer in the field of genetic engineering.
You're lying.
No, I'm not. You created him. Well, I suppose I should say you are going to create him.
No, I don't know why he's called Sigma now, just because the word Sigma is so corrupted at this point that, like, I barely remember what its actual Greek meaning is as a letter. Create.
His name is Kyle Climb.
Kyle.
Kyle Climb.
By the way.
You're clever.
Kyle?
That's
Wait.
why he looks just like a younger version of yourself. 23 years ago, in the biolab here in Rhizome 9, you created Kyle.
You remember the backstory in K's ending? Where, like, his father was really distant, and there was a woman who came into the picture.
Yeah.
It all makes sense now, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I suppose for you, that's still in the future. When I said I was born and raised here, I was still pretending to be him. The gravity here is only 1/6
I was not
of
him.
Earth's. If nothing was done, the reduced gravity would cause his bones to be weaker than normal human ones.
I missed your first message, Ghost, but I hope everything's okay. My God. I can imply what happened.
But you prepared for that. You gave him that armor. Ever since he was born, he's lived inside of it. It kept his muscles and bones strong. He wasn't forced into it for the nonary game. He's been wearing it every day, all his life.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, and it's just this old man that's been walking around going like,
He's having a breakdown right now.
Why would future me create a clone?
He was to be your spare. If something happened to you before the project began, he would take your place.
This is borderline like the live action plot of an episode of Mystery Science Theater.
I mentioned
Chat, we've
before
replaced Sigma's
the
blood with
AV
radiator
projects
fluid.
A and B stood for after and before.
That's right.
That isn't all they mean, though. The A also means anima, and the B means body. Anima is another word for the soul or the consciousness. Body is, well, exactly what it says on the tin. The past consciousness will go into the future body, and the future consciousness will go into the past body. They switch.
You understand that?
Yes.
That was the chief goal of the project.
I just got to make sure I don't, like, skip over it while you're trying to process.
Yeah, you're good. Wait, so the future person goes into the past person?
Sigma, do you remember the note you found in the garden?
You mean this, right?
Yes.
You probably don't remember this, but we got this in the safe.
Yeah.
When we solved the puzzle here.
Ah, of course, it was you who investigated the garden in this timeline. Yeah. Sigma, take a good look at this. It's an illustration of the time jumps your consciousness is making. A is where everything began. December 25th, 2028. You inhaled the white smoke in your car and lost consciousness. From there, you jumped to B. January 25th, 2074. You woke up in one of the AB rooms in Rhizome 9. You are in your own body, but it is 67 years old. Your consciousness has jumped 45 years into the future. I believe that may explain why you didn't notice the reduced lunar gravity. The body you woke up in was much older. Normally, you would have noticed that your muscles were much weaker. In this case, however, the lower gravity balanced that out. Moving on. If you continue along this line, what happens next? You reach C, which is January 27th, 2074. That is today.
Whoa. Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying it's been 2 days since we woke up?
36 hours to be exact. Have you already forgotten? You were all infected with radicals.
Our brains are slow.
The virus slowed
I
your brain
don't think
down.
so good anymore.
So yes, 36 hours of real time have passed.
Yeah, they must be starving,
But
yeah.
to you, it only seemed like 14 hours and 40 minutes. Now comes the important part. After this, your consciousness will return to the past. It will re-emerge at point D. April 13th, 2029. You will return to your younger body.
But that's the same day as the reactor explosions.
Yes.
It is.
That is why I said it will be too late. You will return to the past, but the events you would want to prevent will have already happened. The story does not end there, however. The line continues. After reaching point D, you will eventually return to B. But this time, you won't be jumping through time, or at least not at a rate faster than normal. Your consciousness will spend 45 years inhabiting the same body, until you reach point B. Do you remember when B is, Sigma?
That's waking up in the room, right?
That's right.
January 25th, 2074. According to my calculations, but you just told us it's 36 hours ago.
Correct. That was when the consciousness of the 22-year-old Sigma jumped into the body of 67-year-old Sigma. So where did the older version of you go when you took his body?
Point A. December 25th, 2028, the day all of this started.
I will do a visual guide after all this just to help you understand this really confusing fucking chart.
I think
'Cause
I
I don't know
get
if-
it. The way it wraps
if you
around
follow
and
it,
follows.
Yeah, you can make sense of it. I'll do it for the chat,
Yeah.
though, if they're curious.
Yes. His consciousness will go back in time 45 years.
Will you draw it next to Loogie? There's no room. Where am I supposed to draw?
We can't erase anything on Loogie either.
No, we can't.
For a period of time, he will inhabit your younger body. While your younger consciousness is elsewhere, he will be you in the past.
But once that body reaches point D, my 22-year-old consciousness will come back from point C.
That's correct. When that happens, the older version of you will be ejected from your younger body and return to your body at sea.
So it's rotating?
Rotating. I suppose you could put it that way. But look at this illustration closely. What if you take all these lines and untangle them? You get one single line. It may look complicated, but in truth, it's a single straight path.
Oh, I clicked on the wrong screen. Oh shit. I fucked it up. I fucked it.
And there's the split.
With one exception.
Look at this photograph.
The line here at point E, right? E.
Insert Markiplier meme. It's beautiful.
Exactly. Point E is December 31st, 2028, the day of the total eclipse.
The day Radical 6 got out of the test facility.
Yes. By now, you've likely figured it out on your own. The purpose of the AB project was to get the consciousness of the 67-year-old Sigma from point B to point A. If we can do that, we can change what happened 45 years ago.
So the old version of me will keep Radical 6 from getting out. By jumping into my 22-year-old body on New Year's Eve 2028?
Yes. That is why this line could not be interrupted.
Is he still doing that, Dancho? Does he keep up with his OnlyFans?
In order for the 67-year-old version of you to reach point B, we first have to go through point D. In order to get to point D, we must jump from point C. And for point C to happen, we had to recreate everything that happened in this facility. That is why we have faithfully retraced history up to this point, so that we might save humankind from destruction.
It just got real.
And undo the horrors of the last 45 years.
No, my chart. I was going to draw on that.
At least it's in your notes. Tell me one thing.
What is that?
Dude, where's my car? So you said that point C is January 27th, 2074, which is today. There's going to be a jump, and I'll jump to April 13th, 2029.
Yes, that's right.
But look. I'm still old.
L.
When is this jump supposed to happen?
Very soon.
When do I get to take the substance? Soon?
Yes.
And what's going to trigger it?
We need potential energy stored to send your consciousness into the 4th dimension. Fortunately, we now have plenty of that. Thanks, ironically, to Radical 6. All that remains is to launch your consciousness, like a bullet from a slingshot.
And how do you propose to do that?
Didn't I tell you? A crisis.
Uh-oh.
A moment balanced between life and death.
Why is this music playing?
That can jumpstart your brain.
What do you mean?
You haven't figured it out. I mean this.
Dio's knife.
No sooner were the words out of my mouth. Oh my god!
Fine!
I screamed and leapt toward them. Akane was already in motion, the knife diving toward Phi's chest. I was almost there. When I regained consciousness, I was on the floor. There was a dull pain in my chest. I felt for a cut, but something was in the way. It took me a moment to realize that it was Akane's body lying on top of me. I twisted my neck to look around. Nearby was an old tombstone. On it was written a few words in Latin. That's the game.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the whole game.
That's it?
That's it.
Well, I guess I shouldn't say that's it, because there's a third one. Like...
There's a bit more. I'm kidding.
Okay.
I don't want to freak out.
Yeah.
Listen to the remix of this. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick.
Okay.
Actually, while these credits play. Let me put my BRB screen up. But you can talk to chat.
Chat, hello. Wow. Okay, so Sigma is deceased. No more. Zero Sigma has been stabbed by Marmadon. So I guess now the question is, like, is he going to go back? Is it going to work? Are we going to be able to destroy the thing with Ice 9? I don't know why I said Ice 9, but with Radical 6. Radical 6, not Ice 9. Though Ice 9 remains sort of the Tim Rogers knife-sized splinter in my brain. Because it wasn't really mentioned in this game, so Alice is still a mystery to me. But CJ, something, if you think about it, I have not observed Quark not being a robot. This is true, and maybe the outcome of my bet cannot be based on this, but you know, as of right now, Quark is not a robot. Things that make you go, So, let's see. I'm struggling to kind of see. Let's see. Dotstiff asks, what thoughts so far? You know, I mean, this game was kind of a wild ride. I don't know what to
We could talk about it.
Yeah.
The music. What'd you think as a sequel?
Can I say something that pissed me off?
Go ahead.
Unless I missed something. What's with the two milkmen? We never got an answer on the two milkmen.
I don't know what the two milkmen are. I honestly don't. It's just an anagram for welcome to my kingdom. Like, that's all.
Oh.
We got the Phi ending!
Ding.
Yay! Alright, but there is more.
Okay. Let's keep going.
April 13th, 2029. There were two milkmen. Oh my god! No, this is not the non-canon stuff. This is canon.
2029.
Yeah.
And this is the evening news. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I don't have any news to read. All of our station's reporters have passed after contracting Radical 6. So have my... Excuse me. I've managed to keep us on the air until now. But I'm out of tricks. It's time for me to sign off. This concludes our broadcast day. I pray that someday our world can be cleansed of this horrible plague. Goodbye.
For a moment, I just stared at the TV. The roar of the static seemed to fill the entire room until with a click it disappeared too. Had the power gone out? I heard footsteps behind me and turned around.
You! God! Yeah, we don't know who this is. Who is this? Our kidnapper. Whoa! Akane!
It looks like the first step was successful.
The fuck? You killed me!
Killed?
I guess technically you're gonna kill me 45 years from now, but still.
Hey, no need to be rude about it. I didn't kill you. I hit you with the butt of the knife. You're fine.
I'm okay.
Yes. You and Phi needed to experience a state of crisis. That was the only way.
Me and Phi?
Yes. I only told you about you, but we also needed Phi to jump. Now, you know what happens next, right?
We go to the moon?
Correct.
To the
We will
moon!
be
Yay!
leaving tomorrow, April 14th, 2029. We've nearly finished preparing your shuttle. Only a few last-minute checks and additions. You'll be traveling to Rhizome 9, along with 3 treatment pods.
Alice and Clover, right?
Yes,
What about the third one? Who's in there?
Phi. We put her into cold sleep 2 days ago.
So in the treatment room puzzle, you
Yeah.
remember there was 3 pods?
Yeah, the third one that we didn't know.
These
who
are
came out
them.
of.
She appeared at our headquarters and volunteered to be frozen. That wasn't the Phi who jumped from point C, though. It was Phi before she jumped from point A to point D. In other words, she was following the same path you are. And she still is.
And that means that after you froze her, the point C version of her jumps back into her body?
Yes. The point C version of Phi is sleeping in that pod. She'll stay there for the next 45 years. Sleeping in ice.
Okay, so let me explain this just in case chat is confused about what the fuck is going on. I'm sure there's got to be one person in chat who is like, what are these people talking about? I need to find the, where is it?
Wasn't hydroponics,
Mystery
was it?
schematic?
Oh.
Okay, here it is. Thanks, this is me. I can't draw on it, fuck. I'll take a screenshot.
This is advanced.
But I want the music to play when I do this. but I can't. Okay, there'll just be awkward silence. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. So let me just explain this for chat who doesn't know what's going on, and maybe Bopper who's not 100% clear. How do I get like a brush? There we go. Okay, so here we have sigma. That's sigma.
Right.
And I'll make phi green. That's phi. Right?
Right.
This is 22-year-old sigma, and this is however old phi is, like 18 or whatever. Let's just call her 18 for legal reasons. But, you know, a jump, you get abducted in a car at this point. Like, not you're in your car and you get abducted, right?
Yes.
Sigma's consciousness jumps to point B, which is the AB room.
Right.
You wake up in the elevator, and Phi's consciousness also jumps. Okay?
Right.
You both wake up in the AB room, and you're like, oh, what the hell happened, right?
Right.
You go through the events. This chunk here is VLR. Okay? This is what we played through. And this is where we are in the garden with Phi and Sigma. Now, while this happens, there's a version of Sigma who's old as fuck. I'll draw him with long, old hair. But Phi is still young.
Fake guy.
Right?
Right.
These two guys jump back here, I guess? I think, if I'm remembering right. So the way the consciousness jumping works is you swap with a future version of yourself. Okay?
Right.
So young Sigma's consciousness jumped into old Sigma, and young Phi's consciousness jumped into technically young Phi because she's frozen in that pod.
Yeah, I thought they went
never
around.
aged.
Round from C to D, back to B, and then back around to A.
Yeah, so that's what's going to happen, right?
Okay.
So you play through VLR as old Sigma and a frozen, freshly unfrozen Phi, right? But your brains are from 2028, but it's actually 2074. You play through the game, you get to the garden, there's another jump that occurs. So at this point, there's a young Sigma here, like physically, but it's still old Sigma, right?
Right.
Okay, let me try and explain this. Old Sigma took this body, right?
Right.
He went to the Nevada test site. Akane is going to explain this soon. And then this path is after the events at the Nevada test site. Okay? So old Sigma was here, and you just swapped with him again. So old Sigma's consciousness is back in his body with Akane laying on top of him in the garden, right? This diagram is not drawn very well. But you basically follow the path back to here. You swapped consciousnesses. You're here at D. After the reactor, or this is the day the reactors are going to explode, but after the Nevada test site. And Radical 6 gets out. Okay?
Okay.
Now we're going to go to the moon.
Right.
45 years, and that's this line. Or did I mess it up? They got to be in the elevator. I probably messed it up somewhere. Yeah, they go here. They jumped here. Now, this is the 45 years between B and D. And then when we set everything up and we're in the elevator, this first swap is going to occur. Okay? Now, the Sigma that went through all that shit, went through the Nevada test site, waited 45 years. Like, we swapped, right? Now we're in the body of the Sigma that went through the Nevada test site, but it's still our consciousness, right? The one we've been following. He went through the training, which was this portion, waited 45 years, and now he's gonna jump again back to the past, and that's this swap, the first one.
Yes.
Okay, so now it's old Sigma in young Sigma's body,
who is gonna be alive, far enough in the past to go deal with Radical 6.
Exactly. We're going to be old Sigma in young Sigma's body.
Right.
Who has mastered the morphogenetic field or whatever. And you and
Yeah.
Phi are going to go through here to point
And also
E.
finished PhD school.
We did. That's right. And now at point E, the goal is to get down this path on the right.
Yes.
But there's also a path where Sigma fails to stop Radical 6 from spreading, and that's the path to D, from E to D.
Yes.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I hope it made sense. It's confusing, but... She'll rehash what I'm saying.
Yeah. Then when she gets to point B, her consciousness will jump to point A, right?
Correct.
Right here.
Yes. Huh? So that's why she didn't look old. So, why didn't you just stick me in one of those pods?
We can't do that.
We was trolling your ass, Sigma. Why not?
No,
You
CJ.
haven't figured it out? You have to spend the next 45 years working on the AB project. After arriving at Rhizome 9, you must master genetic engineering and artificial intelligence programming, among other disciplines. Otherwise, you will be unable to create Kyle, Luna, and Lagomorph.
Lagomorph. We built
And, of
Lagomorph.
course, you will need to develop the chromatic doors and the bracelets. You will also
Well,
be the
shit's
person who
Mickey
summons
Mouse. I'm in
Tenmyoji
PhD
and
school.
Quark.
Wait,
We're 0, dude.
dude, we're the person.
That's
Did they say?
wild.
Did they just say you have to be the person to build Quark at Midas
No,
Auto
summon
Repair?
Quark. You need to summon Quark.
Okay, so we need
Quark's-
to build Quark.
Quark's not a robot. You're playing Danganronpa, dude. I'm sorry. He's a kid. he's a kid.
If you've completed all the preparations, then the project can actually begin.
All right, Danganronpa
January
Steam.
25th, 2074. You will defrost Phi and carry her to the third AB room. Once you've done that, the 22-year-old version of you from point A will force you out. And you'll just go back 45 years to your own body on December 25th, 2028.
I tried, but we
Yes.
could. I'll just clarify this. We're good. We're here, and then we're gonna jump back here, and a different version of Young Sigma, the blue is Young Sigma, is gonna jump here, and that's the beginning of the game. Understood. We're on the same page.
Yes. And then I change history? Do you really think I can keep this virus from getting out?
You have to. If you don't, billions of people will die.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Only you and Phi can save them.
Nathaniel, recommendation: The Friends of Ringo Ishikawa. What about you?
Never heard of that one. Are you asking me for a short Switch game recommendation? I don't have
I
any.
was throwing it at him, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Aren't you an Esper too?
I can't do anything on my own. If this is going to work, I'll need your help.
So, what do I need to do?
What do you mean?
Like, what specific actions do I need to take? And fine, I jump to point A. What are we gonna do then?
You'll both enter the Mars mission test site.
And after that?
I don't know.
Oh my god! What do you mean?
What?
I really don't know anything about what happens in there. We don't know how the Radical Six escaped. We don't even know why it was there in the first place.
Crap. Fiddlesticks. Then we're screwed.
That's why we need your help. You have the ability to jump through time and across parallel worlds. We need you to figure out what happened in that test facility. Things will be difficult, and I'm sure you will find yourself in a great deal of danger. But I believe the two of you can overcome any obstacle.
Wait. How do you know it's so dangerous?
The 67-year-old version of you told me what happened. He wasn't able to stop the virus. So I suppose you could say you told me after you failed.
What did I say?
That the test facility is full of traps. There was one point, a woman's life was in danger. You risked yourself for her sake, and lost your arms and your right eye.
My arms and my right eye.
I got you now, you fucking.
Oh my god!
What's that?
Suddenly, a low rumble shook the building.
What was that?
Go have a look.
I moved slowly to the window and peered outside. On the horizon, I could see a massive mushroom cloud climbing slowly toward the sky. Would we really be able to change the course of history? No, that was the wrong way to look at it. It couldn't be a question. I had to change history. We could save the world. I'm going to change history. I stared at the darkening skies above us and steeled myself. I would succeed.
End or beginning.
Now, Bopper,
Yes.
imagine you played the game in 2012 or 13, whenever this came out, and you get that ending. And then you wait 3 years, and Uchikoshi says, sorry guys, third game's canceled.
Oh my god.
Can you fucking imagine what that felt like?
So, is it better, or was the feeling better or worse than getting the third game?
Oh, I'm so glad it came out. You have no idea. Dude, the year before the game officially came out, there was a teaser website. I forgot what it was called. It was called For Infinity.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, oh shit. Like, what is this? And they would drop like a clue every couple of days, and I was glued to that website. Like they didn't announce the game was coming out, and people were like, "Is this Euroscape 3? Is this Euroscape 3?" It was like really cool. Yeah. It, like Crimbo said, Project Bluebird, a bunch of fans got together and like showed support for the series and like, please, Investor-san, let Uchikoshi make the third game, and that's what happened. That's the story.
Yeah.
Of Euroscape 3. Now, there is this epilogue. It's a little controversial in the fandom because Uchikoshi has deemed it non-canon. So it might mislead certain things.
Okay, but it's non-canon.
Do you want to watch it?
But all Chivos. Let's take a look.
Yeah, so I think it's fine to look at, but
yeah.
Are you going to explain why it exists? I mean, I don't know exactly why it exists. I have an idea, but I don't know the actual answer.
I mean,
why are you saying the hell with Uchikoshi? No.
Was this supposed to be canon, and then they just sort of like threw it out? I mean, that could.
No one knows.
Okay,
that's the reason. Because certain things happen in this ending that don't get resolved in the third game, and it pissed everyone off so hard. And Uchikoshi was like, "Oh no, that was a fan ending."
Look, if you were gonna make me, if we're gonna play Zero Time Dilemma at some point, I think I deserve the full experience, right?
Yeah.
I did every block in 999, and like hell, I'm not gonna read every block as Virtue's Last Reward.
Yeah, that reminded me. There was the Fukushima, the tsunami in Japan. He wanted to make something less bleak.
Yeah.
So this was developed during that.
It is labeled Another Time, so.
He did claim this was never canon. That's what he said.
This is just fun. Let's have fun.
Yeah, it's for fun, dude.
I see you've finally woken up, Kyle.
Kyle.
Her voice, dude. This is what Sigma's supposed to sound like.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. Of course. You've only just woken up in this timeline. It's only natural for some of your memories to be missing.
I lurched upright, jumped off the bed, and ran around to the other side of the partition. The mirror over the sink was covered with a film of dirt. I wiped it off with my sleeve, and my reflection stared back at me. There was no mistake. The reflection belonged to
Kyle Climb. So, I'm Dr. Climb? Zero Senior's clone?
Fuck you. Wait, he's Troy Baker?
That's right.
Is that who that is?
Or it's Troy Baker or Matt Mercer, I forget. Oh, it's Troy Baker in this game. And then Zero Time Dilemma, I think Sigma is Matt Mercer.
That's so weird. That's so weird that he's gone from... So Sigma has been both like The Last of Us, Final Fantasy 13, Catherine Vincent Mann, and also Leon Kennedy.
Yeah.
How do you know that? Shouldn't you still be suffering from amnesia?
An excellent question, one I didn't quite know the answer to myself. I knew who Kyle Climb was. In another history, he had been called K and had worn a suit of armor. He hadn't just worn the armor in that history, though. Apparently, he'd worn it all his life. Kyle had been born and raised in this lunar installation, which seemed to be called Rhizome 9. Rather late in his life, Akane had appeared as a mother figure, and he had consequently grown very attached to her. I knew everything about him, but even though I knew it, I didn't feel it. Was I really Kyle Climb? Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw his face. A spitting image of Sigma Climb in his younger days. I looked down. There was Dio, still handcuffed.
It doesn't matter what timeline he's...
That's just his fate now. I turned back around to Luna.
What day is today?
January 27th, 2074.
Today is the last day of the AB project. Akane has explained everything in the garden. And she drew a knife and attacked Phi.
Ah!
How long have I been asleep?
About 5 hours in real time. For them, it would have seemed like a little more than 2 hours.
So they still haven't been treated for their Radical 6?
No, they've all been given the antiviral. It just takes a while to have an effect.
I see. So the consciousness of the younger Sigma has gone back into the past. It should have happened right after Akane attacked Phi, right?
Yes.
Why am I here?
The doctor carried you back here. You were in the pod in the garden.
So the person you call the doctor is Sigma Climb, as inhabited by his age-appropriate consciousness.
Yes, but how do you know that?
Dio seems to have remained unconscious.
Yes. I've been administering Soparil whenever he gets restless.
What about the others?
They've all gone off to different areas. Tenmyoji and Quark, for instance.
The ship is dead.
Oh, right. Mr. Klein.
So the sleepyhead's finally up, huh?
What are you two doing here?
You
I don't
know
know.
where
To
we
me,
are?
that sounds like the ship is still alive if this was a toxic romance novel with Dio played by Fabio on the cover.
This is the upper floor of the pressure exchange chamber. The real one.
Mm-hmm.
We were just about to get dressed and head out.
You plan to return them?
Please reveal the
Earth,
robot
huh?
hands.
He's not a robot, dude. I'm
Please
sorry.
save me $15.99.
Sigma told us where we could find the shuttle that brought us here. Well, guess he's not really the Sigma I knew anymore. He's Dr. Klein now, or Zero Senior, depending on how you look at it.
That's right. Young Sigma's consciousness is gone.
Yeah.
It's old Sigma now.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Well, I'm just curious why you would choose to return to a devastated planet when you could stay here.
How's staying here gonna help? You aren't gonna say something idiotic about how we should wait here until Sigma changes the past, are you? You can't wait for something that's already happened. Grammar doesn't work that way. Hell, nature doesn't work that way. You following me? We've already lived through history. Sigma failed to keep the virus from getting out. About 45 years ago, Radical 6 created a pandemic, and the antimatter reactors blew up. That all happened. Whatever Sigma does in the past, history's not gonna change. In fact, it's because of what he did, or didn't do in the past, that we've got this past and present.
Oh my god.
Let me give you an example. Imagine a group of 100 motorcycles driving down an endless freeway. Eventually, they hit a junction. The road splits in two. One freeway continues off northwest, and the other stretches out to the northeast. So one guy, we'll call him S, pipes up. "Let's go northwest," he says. So they take the northwestern road, but about a mile past the intersection, something horrible happens. A semi driving the other way veers into their lane and plows through the bikers. 90 of them die. The surviving 10 are wounded, but survive. They don't stop, though. They keep riding down that highway, and eventually they'd gone 10,000 miles. Then suddenly, something happens that they couldn't have predicted. S, who had survived, suddenly has his consciousness thrown back in time. He ends up back in his own body just before they reach the junction. He remembers everything. So what does S do? What anybody would do. Let's go northeast. That means all 100 of the bikers survive to reach their destination, happy and healthy. And they all live happily ever after. That's what you're thinking, right? It's a great outcome for the 100 bikers that went northeast. But what about the 10 that went northwest and survived the accident?
Huh? Wouldn't it be 9 people? I mean, S's mind went back in time, right?
Right. Okay, 9 people then. What happens to the reality they were living? Does it just disappear when S changes the past? It's not as if it was only bad things that happened during that 10,000-mile trip. Maybe one of them fell in love with a woman working at a gas station they stopped at and had a child. Maybe one of them picked up a homeless kid who joined them on their adventure. That 10,000-mile journey would be full of stories. Friendships, farewells, romances. The loss of those 90 lives is horrible and unfortunate. But what would rewriting their history mean? The 9 who survived lived full lives. How can it be right to just erase all that?
Gunpei would never meet Quark.
What a tragedy.
The survivors overcame their own misery.
I would
and
never have
loss
met Quark.
and made
Quark
the
wouldn't
best
be
they
canon
could.
anymore.
No.
Chat, we've got to play Zero Time Dilemma to make Quark non-canon.
Oh no. Anyway.
Isn't that worth something? Isn't that the best thing that humans can aspire to? Is there really any point to a world where everything is happy? Are people who struggle for a better life just idiots? Being human is about fighting, even when it seems hopeless, and finding happiness, even in a world that hates it. Are you saying that's worthless?
You're putting words in my mouth, dude. I never.
If you're
We didn't
saying
say that.
rewriting the past will erase all these other timelines, then whatever God wrote those rules can. Look, I'm just not going to accept that. All right? You get it?
If Sigma changes the past, then you and Quark will never meet.
This can't be happening!
Is he
Quick,
right?
quick, quick. Sigma, back to the past. Sigma, consciousness jump.
He's containing the radical 6. And then
Sigma.
Quark fades out.
Sigma, if we can uncanonize Quark, we can uncanonize my Quark gamble. Danganronpa doesn't have to happen, man. Go to the past. Go to the past. Go.
It's not going to happen. We're here.
No, it's not.
Now. This is reality.
That's right, because if you look at the chart, Bopper,
Whoa.
where is it? I forgot what it's. Mystery schematic. Even if Sigma contains radical 6, Danganronpa Bopper playthrough still exists on this timeline.
No. Chat, join me on stream for Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc.
Disappear or something.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Oh,
Me too.
then that means we get to stay together?
He's playing Danganronpa because he made a bet that Quark was a robot. He's like, if Quark's not a robot, I'll play Danganronpa on my channel. And that never turned out to be the case. Speaking of robots, Bopper.
Yes.
I don't know if you want to finish this first before we, like, talk about stuff. You want to just, like, play through this whole ending?
Go ahead and
No
say what
answer.
you're saying, though, so we don't forget it.
Dude, so I feel like a big red herring of this game is making the player think Sigma's a robot, like with the arms and stuff.
Yeah.
But there's also times where, like, Sigma flexes his godlike memory.
Yeah.
With Alice and the bomb code. He's like, I have a
Yeah.
great memory. Every time he recalls the safe password, he's like, I have a great memory. I like, always thought he was a robot. Like, from the... It's just a neat little thing, I thought.
Yeah.
Like, looking back.
It's fun. He is like... There's a lot of robot red herrings. To be fair, I don't know what made me think Quark was a robot to begin with. It's been 3 months or some shit, so I have no idea what the original like bit was that made me go like, oh yeah, he's definitely a robot. And then it turns out he's the one person that's not a robot.
Well,
you know,
it's only Luna, but
okay, well it's Luna and it's sort of Sigma. I mean, Sigma's got like the cyborg
Sigma.
guy. You know, I mean, like
Yeah.
that's like, I mean, he's kind of robot.
Bulk
Kay
asks,
wears
are
a
we going to play
robot
Z...
suit.
He looks like a robot, but he's not.
Yes.
Bulk asks if we're going to play ZTD. That decision was up to Bopper. If he enjoyed this a lot, of course I would love to play it on
Oh
the
yeah.
channel. And we got to play
100%.
it.
It's
gonna
quite
be
a bit
amazing.
shorter too. I think so.
It should be, yeah. There's
So-
no... It plays like a Telltale game. There's no real dialogue outside of the puzzle rooms. Like
Okay, so
everything
like-
happens
like,
kind of like a movie.
Like Telltale Walking Dead and stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
So it just moves a lot quicker.
Chat dogging on it makes me like it more, honestly.
Thanks, kid.
Well, I'll show you the trailer and like the character reveals
Yeah.
and stuff. I think it'll be fun.
Mm-hmm.
I understand how you feel. Why you want to return to Earth is clear. You have lives there, I imagine. There are likely people waiting for you.
Right.
Let's go get a root beer float.
Uh-huh.
Have you already said goodbye to the others?
Vi, Luna, Alice, and Clover all saw us off.
What's up, Daddy Riss?
We told them we'd see him again someday, and then came here.
They were the only people you want to say goodbye to?
Well, no point saying anything to Dio.
Besides, he's asleep. You were asleep too.
Sorry, but we didn't really know much about you.
You have a point. Akane was in the armor in this timeline, after all. What about Sigma?
Well, he's not really Mr. Sigma anymore.
That's Dr. Sigma to you, kid. Respect PhD school.
Did you suspect the doctor twist? Because you said it like multiple times before the reveal.
Yeah.
Like, was it the moment Luna was like, goodbye, doctor? Were you like, oh, she's talking about Sigma?
Yeah, I was like, oh yeah, he built some shit or made something or was in
Yeah.
this project. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that.
I
I didn't realize that was a reference to that at first.
I didn't necessarily predict zero. I mean, I said it before it was revealed, but I feel like I said it at the point where like it would be like 90% of people's guesses because it's like 5 minutes before the
It's
reveal.
leading up to this point, yeah.
Yeah.
He is Dr. Klein now that his consciousness has returned.
Yeah, but more importantly, he's the guy who brought us all here. Not a lot of warm feelings there, you know?
I love
And
Junpei
Akane?
doing the Rizzler face, staring at me, thinking about how I'm about to play Danganronpa. I've seen a grandpa video with those characters.
Never mind her.
You hear that?
Yeah.
She's just like him. Not the Akane I knew.
Oh my god.
She must have seen some pretty awful things over the years. Hell, she might not even be human anymore. But the Akane Kurashiki I know isn't here. She's not anywhere.
That's so
Damn.
sad.
That's
In
a
the
rough
end,
end.
Clover and I were just pawns.
But he has Quark now. That's why this timeline's okay. He has Quark.
Wait, I like how this was like Fukushima happened, so we needed. I guess that just tells you how bad Fukushima is that this chewed people up. Like, damn.
Pawns to be used and then gotten rid of.
I
Still,
never
it's
found
not
her
like we were
again.
completely
Damn, that's so
resentful.
real. Makes
We
you feel
had
better
to
about
be
my
able to
life.
change the past. That part's easy to understand. But
Kinda sucks, though. I mean, Sigma and Phi have it easy. They get to go back to December 25th in 2028. They'll stop the Radical Six and save the world, and then they'll have a nice, normal future to look forward to. In other words, they get to go back to Point E and just enjoy history like it was supposed to happen.
But we don't. We're stuck with Point C as our starting point.
Hold on.
You
I need to
told us
let
about
the
10
cat out of the
Page's
room
story,
real quick.
right?
Take your time. I'm chilling with chat. Couldn't Clover also jump? There's different strengths of Esper, I think, that are like kind of established. Like,
Okay.
they honestly.
Cat relocated.
Sorry, I was. Someone asked like, why couldn't Clover also jump? I don't know if Clover. I think there's a difference that they established at some point. That there's a difference between like senders, receivers, and then there's another classification called jumpers or shifters, and
Yeah.
Clover's not one of those. She's just a sender.
Mhm.
In the first game, they kind of talk about it.
The one with the
Mhm.
motorcycles? It would be like if Alice and I were kidnapped right before the intersection. Then whoever grabbed us takes us to wherever the bikers are going, 10,000 miles to the northwest.
Don't get us wrong. We know why we had to be here. Without us, S's consciousness wouldn't have been able to go back to right before the intersection.
If that couldn't happen, then the fate of those 90 dead bikers would be sealed. But
It's still not the best situation for those of us left in the Northwest. We're stuck in the reality where the 90 bikers died.
are we just supposed to go live on Earth? It's a wasteland now. And what about our friends and families? We left a whole world behind 45 years ago.
Even if it is for the greater good?
It just doesn't seem fair, does it?
Yeah, it's a little bit
I mean,
much.
what a way to end for Clover. It's like nonary game number 3, and we're stuck on the moon, and everyone's dead. I mean, it says a lot about Ushiko. She's like, Clover's my favorite character. Watch
He
her
just
suffer.
fucked her over. Yeah.
Again.
Listen, I need someone from 999 to mask the Temioji and time travel twist.
Yeah.
Clover!
So we wouldn't talk to the old
I
lady.
need someone for Old Man Zero to be like, swimsuit edition.
I mean, yeah.
She told us that there is one way.
There's hope. There's hope.
Yeah.
One way we could get back to the past.
Has anyone in chat
Let's say
ever
you
played
do go back to
Soma?
the past.
I don't know if you've ever played Soma, Speedy.
I haven't.
Soma's worth it. I think if you like this, Soma's almost like the minimalist version of this game.
Maybe I'll have to check it out someday.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that cause your minds to get thrown back here? That seemed to be how Sigma and Phi's jumps worked, at least.
Yes, you're right.
But this is different.
Different. How so?
From what she said, it sounds like there's a way we can send our bodies back in time, too.
That's ridiculous. It would create a paradox. How could you have 2 Clovers and 2 Alices at the same time?
But that wouldn't happen.
Akane says there's a way around that.
How on earth does she plan to do that?
Schrodinger's?
Cat.
Uh-oh.
And that's that.
Hey.
Now
Oh, hey, Kyle.
I've like struggled with what they meant by that for a
Oh,
long
hi,
time.
Mark.
Oh, hey, Mark. I don't think they would swap Bonnies, but I'm just assuming. I assumed that they meant they would just, if they saved the world, they would just unfreeze Clover and Alice. But these 2 would still be stuck here, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't really get what they meant by that, and I never really did. So if someone in chat understands, let me know.
I mean, we're running
You know,
into
it's
the
not-
same
it's not
time.
canon.
We're running into the same time travel stuff that sort of hits every time travel story. I feel like there's almost like with time travel, you have to almost behave like a science fiction miracle event, but from like the viewer's perspective of like, you just kind of have to cut that thread loose and be like, okay, I'm not going to overthink it because this is literally a high concept that does not exist in reality because it doesn't make sense, but it's fun in story. So I'm just going to snip and kind of let that one go.
Yeah. No one knows Alice and Clover are alive, so they can go back in time, and no paradox because there's no observer of them in the tubes. Yeah, but this version of them, I feel like, would still exist. It's like, it's strange to me. I like can't really understand what Uchikoshi's going for here.
Figured you'd come here eventually.
Where's Dr. Klein? Luna said you were with him.
Kill the OG Alice and Clover, probably hence the dead and alive. I don't think that's it either.
He said he was tired, so he's off resting right now. There's a bedroom at the end of the hallway. He's in there if you're curious. Oh, right. He told me to turn on this hologram projector thing when you showed up. Want me to start it?
Sure.
Glad to see you.
Wait, chat. I just had an idea about the Alice Clover thing. But you have to have beaten ZTD to understand what it might be.
No.
Okay, I'm not going to say anything more than that, but it just dawned on me what they might have meant. Okay, anyway.
That I have to tell you. However, I imagine there are a great number of things weighing on your mind. I'd love to answer all your questions, but unfortunately, my circumstances make that an impossibility.
I'll type it in the Discord server after this part.
I hope you can forgive me. Everything I know, Phi should also know. I have instructed her to answer any questions anyone might have. Anyone other than Kyle, that is.
Kyle can't know shit.
No.
By the way.
He must remain stupid
What
and
does he
ignorant.
mean, other than Kyle?
Who knows? Is there anything you want to ask?
Right, well, I guess I may as well cut to the chase. Just who are you, Phi?
I'm not Superman, that's for sure. And I'm not Batman or Spider-Man or Aquaman or a Merman or a Wolfman.
He's doing the thing again.
I'm not a Brahmin or Kamen or Ramen. I'm not a Cayman either, so you really don't need to worry about anything.
Please don't dodge the question. About 5 hours ago, Akane attacked you with a knife. That triggered something which sent your mind back to the past, correct? Specifically, you were sent to Point D, April 13th, 2029. On that date, your body was already in Akane's custody. Although by then, you were in cold sleep.
How can you join the Discord? Unfortunately, it's for channel members. So basically, there's a $5 entry fee. I apologize for that. But if you do want to support the channel and you want to join the Discord, and I gotta fix my fucking audio. 1 second, chat. Testing?
You wouldn't have regained consciousness, but your mind was now inhabiting that body. That pod was your home for 45 years. You slept there, frozen, until the time was right. Then on January 25th, 2074, you were finally thawed out, even though you didn't wake up. Still unconscious, you were carried to the AB room. That was when your consciousness changed bodies again. A version of you from December 25th, 2028 arrived, pushing you out and sending you back to December 25th, 2028. This is when you finally woke up. In 2028, you found and joined forces with Sigma, whose older mind was inhabiting his younger body. Together, you attempted to infiltrate the Mars mission test facility. Unfortunately, your plan failed.
He did, anarchist, yes. Is it just me, or is there's this weird blind devotion to old, busted-ass games that are absolutely clunky? Well, which game are you talking about?
6 did escape on New Year's Eve.
Mario 64?
That failure determined the path you followed.
If Mario 64 discourse starts in this stream chat channel, I'm leaving the stream. I'm gonna keep it real.
Wait, no!
Instead of going along
we gotta
the
talk
line
about
that branches
this.
out to the right from point E, you headed straight to
Just
point B.
specifically that, because I haven't played Mario 64 when I was 6, and I don't want to get involved in the conversation about it.
Okay.
Point
Mario
B
64 and
being
Mario
April
Sunshine,
13th
I've heard
of
the same
following
conversation for 15 years, and I haven't replayed them, so I'm like ready to retire from it until I actually do.
Okay. We'll focus on this.
Yes.
That was the day that you made your way to Akane's hideout.
If it's any other
and
game,
asked
though, I'm
be
gonna be
put
fine
into
with
one of
it.
the treatment pods. Another consciousness enters your body around that time from the future.
Same, Gronwolf. I think I laid in bed just staring at my ceiling for a couple hours, just like trying to understand what the fuck was going on
It is, of course,
with this
the version
game.
of you that left
Yeah.
your body when
I feel like
Akane
I'm in a
attacked you
weirder
the garden.
spot knowing that ZTT exists.
Yeah.
Like, and that it exists currently,
This
like, not
caused
in
the
the
two
future.
versions of you
So, like,
to
a little
swap
bit of my brain
places.
is just like, dude, I can just, like, turn the page.
Yeah. But me, I was like, I have to wait years
Yeah.
to get any closure on this.
Mhm.
And then Uchikoshi makes like a Facebook post or something like, sorry guys, we can't.
And you moved 45 years into the future where you woke up on the garden floor. That put you on the line that comes here. So if we discount the time you spent in cold sleep, for you, only 3.5 months have passed since that happened. That being when you were sent back into the past from the garden. Have I missed anything?
No, everything you talked about you got right.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I'm kind of an unknown variable in this equation. You could think of me as a kind of X factor.
Oh my god!
It's taken me the last 3.5 months to understand it.
I just heard,
I
like,
haven't
Patrick,
understood
like,
anything
oh
about
yeah,
you.
X Factor, X Factor, oh yeah!
Could you please explain?
It's kind of like the relationship between classical mechanics and modern physics. Strictly speaking, you can't combine velocities with v1 plus v2.
Classical
V1 plus
mechanics is
V2
like-
divided by 1 plus v1
That's like the
times
Greek
v2
shit, right?
over
Like the
c
really old
squared is
school
the
stuff
actual
when you had, like,
equation.
I think.
Pythagoras.
What is she going on about? Okay, she's saying like what basic physics uses is not actually accurate.
Of course, the sort of velocities we encounter in day-to-day life don't come close to being c squared, which is the speed of light squared. That means that 1 plus v1 times v2 divided by c squared is usually going to evaluate to something pretty close to 1. Since that would mean dividing by 1, it's usually okay to just skip that step and use v1 plus v2. You see what I'm saying?
Chat, again, this is like the 15th stream I've said this, but I cannot recommend The Passenger enough. Please go read it if
In
you
most
like this.
situations, it works, even if it isn't technically correct.
Bopper has felt like he's seen this before.
Yeah.
He's like, this is so reminiscent
So
of
you knew enough to get the stuff you were talking about, right?
Oh,
As long as you
that
stick
book is
to
so
that, you
mean
won't run
though,
into any
because
problems.
it establishes a very like knife in your brain mystery, and then
Mhm.
never makes any attempt to solve it. It just piles it on and makes it worse and worse and worse as it goes on, to the point
It's
where
just like this.
the
It's
character's
just like
brain is just
this.
entirely consumed by quantum mechanics. Because like the hook of that novel is that they're salvaging up a plane accident that happens, and when they dredge up the plane, there's one passenger left on the plane. No one else on the flight log or the pilot is in the plane anymore. There's just the one body left.
Mhm.
Nothing is ever figured out. It only gets worse and worse and worse and more
I
complicated.
don't want to read that.
It's so
I
good.
need closure.
It's so good. It's so good. I mean, and it's one of those books I would recommend that nobody actually read it unless you've read another Cormac McCarthy novel, because it reads very like this is written by a guy at the very end of his life, and you kind of have to be familiar with some of his other work to like I think it to be
Gotcha.
fully resonant. So because it's as much an essay as it is a novel.
Okay.
I
very
don't
cool.
quite understand.
Interesting.
In fact, I feel like you're dodging my questions.
So was that what you wanted to ask about?
No. What I really want to know is what happened between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028. You and Sigma infiltrated the Mars mission test site, didn't you?
Yes.
What happened there? How did Sigma lose his eye and both his arms? And why was Radical 6 in there in the first place? What could a deadly virus have to do with the simulated mission to space?
Sorry, but I can't tell you that.
Why?
Because it would change history. There is
Yes,
a
he
history
is.
where the virus didn't escape. That's the line that goes to the right of point E. In that timeline, humanity isn't heading for annihilation, and Earth isn't red. The future is much brighter. But if I tell you what you're asking me right now, then that reality will disappear. You understand?
I don't. Why would all of that disappear if you told me what I want to know?
You're about to go back to the past, right?
The past? Don't be silly. I can't do that.
Then where the hell did you learn all this stuff? I just listened to you tell me a bunch of things you shouldn't have known about. You were sleeping in the pod in the garden. You just woke up. So how can you know all this? You know my past. Sigma's past.
I shall give you your answer. You are not Kyle Climb.
Oh my god!
Just always got to slam that.
Your body is Kyle's, but your consciousness is not.
I'll tell you in a second, Court.
Think
Hey.
about it.
A rose by any other name would smell as sweet.
Do you really believe you are Kyle? Or could you be someone else entirely?
You are Quark.
Then, where is the real Kyle's consciousness?
He was thrown out when you entered. Right now, in a manner of speaking, he has arrived at December 25th, 2028. His consciousness has gone into a body from that time. I doubt you know how much the doctor loves Kyle. He raised him on his own. Kyle is irreplaceable. Do you really think he would go back to the past and leave Kyle behind here? I know what I told the others. That Kyle was Dr. Climb's spare. But that was not his only purpose. Kyle's consciousness is integral to what we are trying to accomplish. This new mission begins on Christmas and ends on New Year's Eve 2028. Its purpose will be to infiltrate the test facility and prevent the spread of the virus. For this to happen, Kyle is absolutely necessary.
And that is why he created him?
Yes.
So now that my consciousness has entered his body, the Doctor has achieved his objective. Kyle has gone back to 2028 to participate in his mission.
Correct.
There's one thing that troubles me. Kyle was created before reaching point B from point D. That means his body did not exist on Christmas in 2028.
That's a good point.
Does that mean he has entered my body? Have we just switched places?
I suppose you could put it that way, yes.
That's ridiculous. What's going to happen to me? You're telling me I have to spend the rest of my life here in this box, living in a borrowed body?
No, not at all. You can travel freely through time and space. You are an uncontrolled variable that entered our closed system. As such, the rules of this world do not apply to you.
I have no idea what...
Please don't try to play dumb. I know what you are. Surely you must know by now, too.
That's like the meme that came out, like, I know what you are with the angry dog. Yeah, exactly. Homophobic dog, yeah.
You are about to go into the past and save the world. Phi and Sigma, even with all of his future knowledge, will need your help. Only you can right the horrible wrongs of our past. Only you can save the world.
There's no way I...
Yes, there is. You have to. Don't you want to know the truth? Don't you want to know what happened in between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028?
I do want to know!
Yes, please!
What do you mean the game's canceled?
Yes, I do.
I can just see you staring at the ceiling.
Then you must believe. Reality is shaped by what we believe reality should be. If observation can
we're not
change
Sigma.
the motion of a particle.
I'll tell you how I interpret this. I think it's pretty clear that this person in Kyle Klime's body is supposed to represent us, the player.
Yes.
And that implies that Kyle inhabited our body. But like we're outside the system, like she said. So she's basically saying, play the next game. Like the player has to help Sigma. That's like the whole thing. But a lot of people misinterpreted that. So when Zero Time Dilemma didn't exactly tie this theory that they had, like it didn't tie the loose end, they were like, this game's fucking dog shit. But like I feel like they just interpreted it
Then
wrong.
how is it odd to think that human thought can shape reality? Your will can change history. The world
we
will
can.
be reshaped into
I mean,
the one you
no one should
imagine.
go and do this, but it would be interesting to go back through the series and see how many times we referred to Sigma as me or I. And how many times we do that in like every game. We adopt the first person perspective of whoever the main character is.
Yeah, you're in the nonnery game now. That's you, Quirt.
Yeah.
There he is.
Hold on. I'm going to be right back in about 6 seconds.
No worries. Do you think there's any chance that Zero Escape and I ever cross over? Frankly, I hope not, but I wanted your thoughts on it. I don't think they would. I personally don't think Zero Escape will ever get a sequel. Because after the ending of Zero Time Dilemma, Uchikoshi kind of left it open, but he also ended the game in a way where it was like, I think he kind of implied that the story was done. So if they did another Zero Escape, it would be like a spin-off. I don't think it would be a crossover with the Somnium Files. I think they're like too different of a universe.
Only you can change history. Only you can save the world.
Well, like I3, it's like, surprise, here's some loose ends. Is there a third?
Alternative.
There a third eye?
And...
yeah, so this is the...
Okay, the fact that it's called
non-canon end.
alternative to me would tell me that like this is more like this is your food for thought ending.
Yeah, exactly.
This is your
That's exactly what it's supposed to be.
Stick some conceptual stuff in your brain as if you go into the third game, you abandon this line. You know, the stuff that was sticking to me was the conversation about what happens to us. You know, if we're abandoning this and jumping between all these timelines to create this one timeline, we're leaving so many dead versions of the world and of these characters to like do exactly what we think we want.
Right. Do you have energy to talk for like a half hour or something and like check out some stuff?
Yeah, I just wanted to get this I just ran over to grab my copy because there had been some bickering in chat of people that were like agreeing with me with like, no, you should not read The Passenger as your first Cormac McCarthy novel. And
oh no.
I just ran over to grab my copy of it because I have this one page in here marked because the question came up of like, how is it unapproachable? There was let's see, put it into perspective. This book is 383 pages long. There was one page in here. 100. Actually, it's multiple pages that I have marked. There were several pages that I got stuck on the page for like over a week.
Just like
where I had to keep rereading the same page multiple times over and over and over again for weeks. Because it's
So this was like a cakewalk for you then. Because like you already
this.
okay. Because like when I played Virtue's Last Word, it blew my fucking mind. Like I couldn't comprehend what was going on.
Yeah.
Like you kind of have experience with this novel.
Well, and it's more so it's stylistic as well because McCarthy is he's a postmodern writer, and they can be incredibly difficult. And like this, just stylistically and content combined is just like you have to work through this prose to take anything away from it. Like you could glide like right over it and like take away nothing, but you have to like dig in your teeth.
Yeah.
To some of these writers like him or David Foster Wallace. Infinite Jest is another famously difficult postmodern novel where or even go back like Faulkner. If you ever try to read Sound and the Fury, it's borderline unreadable if you're not willing to like just slow down to a snail's pace and just keep rereading pages over and over again.
I definitely had that issue in high school. You know, we would get mandatory reading, and you know, I read Jane Eyre. It was like one of my least favorite books as a teenager.
Yes,
and there were times where I'd be like, okay, I got to read these pages for homework. I would read like 2 pages, and I would go, wait, what the fuck did I just read? I did not take away anything from what I just read. It was so hard for me to like grasp it. So I kind of get what you're saying.
Yeah,
just like the language they're using.
Yeah, sometimes it's the language. Something like Jane Eyre is like easy if you have spent time immersing yourself in like the language of like that era. So like if you read,
it was hard
for
me.
Wuthering Heights, or you've read the other Gothic novelist Frankenstein, and you know any of Jane Austen's novels, you'll kind of pick up on it. The some of the modernist writers are just like, you have to spend time with them specifically, and nothing will help you understand them more than reading their work and like digging into it. The thing that always made it okay for me, I used to be like that, where I'd get mad if I like didn't understand something, until I adopted like the person, and I forget where I heard this said the first time, but reading is rereading. And when I accepted that, like, if you understand it on the first go, it's probably disposable, or you're not like engaging with it to your full faculty, I became okay with it. It wasn't that I was stupid that I was rereading it. It was an openness to like struggling with it. And then I sort of take that approach with everything now. I can do math now because of that. Because I used to get mad as a kid, and now if I like look at some kid's dumbass math homework and I sit there and struggle with it, I'm like, damn, no, that's because these numbers is deep, man.
Yeah, that's a good phrase, I think. Reading is rereading.
That. But yes, if you want to read McCarthy, I would recommend The Road. It's probably his easiest book. And it's super accessible, and it's really, really good. It's not his best, but it's a great jumping off point, The Road.
Well, after that, what'd you think about Virtue's Last Reward?
Hold So,
first off, do you like this better than 999? Or did you like 999 better?
Okay, so like this is where it gets difficult to parse.
Mhm.
You know, if you ask me to do this, because like experientially, these are completely different. Because I've played 999 completely solitary, more or less, except for every once in a while, like I'd be playing on the Steam Deck and my girlfriend be in the other room and would just hear the yelling voice acting and be like, "What the fuck is happening in there?" So for the most part, 999 was completely solitary, and this was obviously not. This was with you and with a massive audience. And so I think 999 it's a much tighter game. That's for sure.
Yes.
It probably paces itself better. It keeps everything a little more compact, which is a adjective I never thought I'd use to describe 999 is compact. Because it's not at all, but compared to VLR,
compared to this, it 100%.
Compared to this, I mean, this game I looked at the timer and it was like we spent nearly 50 hours on it.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to take that long. I'm sorry, but like I guess reading all the dialogue,
you're good.
I was like,
I
beat this game in like 35 hours. Like it's not that, but it took like 15 more hours than I thought.
Solitary versus reading together, but I think if I read it and played it in 35 hours by myself, I probably would have liked it less than I did, getting 50 hours here. So I think
I made it a better experience.
I think so. I think this is a game that sort of, in some ways, I'm not going to say it insists that you play it with other people, but I do think it was benefited by like approaching it this way, by playing it this way. Because
I'm glad, because I was afraid I like ruined the experience for you.
No,
but I hope you had a good time with it.
No, I'm not a believer that like, oh, you have the coldest, purest, play of something or read of something or whatever, because I think that the community aspect of it is like what's important. It gets into why I hate AI and think AI should be launched into the sun, but that's a separate point. It's about the human connection, man, to what other people are doing.
But then we would lose Luna. Oh my god.
Not that AI. Okay, it's fine. She's trying to kill me at the beginning, but because the theorizing and the communication and like the yelling back and forth and the Quark is Quark a robot and like all this stuff, like I think that experience is like the game really invites that, and doing that made it so much more fun with you and with everyone. So
no, Bopper's not talking about the Somnium Files. He's talking about artificial intelligence. Talking about ChatGPT and shit. Okay,
I'm talking about ChatGPT and like Stable Diffusion and like fucking making movies and shit and like an AI thing. But I almost don't even want to answer like the good or the bad question. Like, is the game good or is the game bad? Because the experience itself was good. The game was a ton of fun, and were the twists like just there to be crazy? I don't know, and I don't really care because I had a ton of fun with it. Yeah, I'm not going to talk my way. I adamantly refuse. Some people outsmart themselves. I adamantly refuse to do it. I will not talk myself out of Virtue's Last Reward.
Okay, we'll leave it at that.
This was a ton of fun.
You had a positive experience. You had fun with it. That's all I need. We're going to talk about foreshadowing.
I've been waiting for this. This was kind of when you told me this was going to be a thing. I was like, okay,
this is going to be a thing.
I'm excited.
This is the first thing I thought was neat that no one really points out, and it might just be me.
Mm-hmm.
It says, yeah.
I just don't want to skip it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to skip it accidentally.
Here you are.
No, I fucking missed it. Oh, there it is. Zoom, enhance.
See. Oh, computer. Oh, that the body that he's dragging.
It kind of looks
then-
like old Sigma, right? Look at his hair.
It kind of
But
does.
if you didn't know what old
Uh-huh.
Sigma looks like, you could just be like, oh, that's just normal Sigma. It's like looking at the witch.
Yeah.
Like the witch that looks like a young woman at the same time.
Yeah.
But like if I do zoom enhance.
Yeah. Computer.
I mean, you could kind of see it.
Yeah. Oh, so you're doing computer enhanced. I do want to tell chat really quick, thinking because AI was on my mind. I did have like I had to sit down and listen to like a AI is the future training seminar. Like, you should let your students use AI for everything. You should write your lessons in AI.
Oh
You
my
should
God,
let
I
the
hate
students do
that.
their answers in AI, and you should grade with AI. At which point I'm like, crazy. And the slogan they kept using was, "It's more human than human." And I'm like, wait, you mean the line from Blade Runner? That's what you're using to say how great it is? Oh my God. That's old Sigma for sure. Look at the hair.
Look at his long hair, yeah. I just thought that was kind of neat. Okay.
Yes.
More foreshadowing.
That's fun. That's so cool. That's neat. And that's neat foreshadowing, because I don't even know if I necessarily would have noticed that one on a second one, because sometimes I feel bad with a game like this, or like if I'm reading like a manga or something, like if I'm reading Berserk, I sometimes feel bad and I have to like force myself to slow down on the visual component, because you get so caught up in the words that you like kind of almost glide past the visuals. And so I don't know if I would have even noticed that on a second playthrough.
I honestly didn't notice this until this playthrough, and I was like, oh shit, that kind of looks like old Sigma. Here. Do this. I just gotta make sure this doesn't dox me, because Reddit is so fucking annoying. Oh my God. Hold on.
Reddit is like, hello, is this you at
They're like, do you want to
address
sign
zip
in?
code city?
Yeah, exactly. They're
Here's
"Do you
your
wanna
car's
sign
VIN
in with
number
your
and license
personal email?"
plate.
Let me see if I could get this incognito. Bear with me, chat. Here's one.
Okay.
Can't believe you're only 2 years younger than me. Ah, now that's funny. You must have done a lot of drugs to look like that at 22.
I had a college professor that looked like old Sigma.
Oh yeah.
Without the eye patch. And I distinctly remember, like, we go in the day of the final, and he just came in 15 minutes late and was like, look, if you all do the final, I'm not grading that shit. So here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna go across the street to the pizza place that's on campus. We're gonna get pizza and beer, and if you show up, you get an A in the class.
Fuck
and if you
yeah,
don't
dude.
show up, you just still get an A, because I'm not giving anyone lower than an A. And he looked like old Sigma. And I remember him being like, dude, I'm working till I'm like 80. And like, why? He's like, well, I mean, look at me. For one, I spent my retirement in my 20s doing so many drugs. Now I look like this. I ain't retiring.
Maybe he was Sigma.
Maybe he was. He was also plotting to assassinate the governor. So that was the cycle.
Oh.
This guy
okay.
was he was a character, all right.
If you remember this line, there's just a lot of references to Sigma being old.
Yeah.
Told you guys the first time we met, don't you remember? I was on my way from school, and when I got in my car, this white gas started pouring out everywhere. Are you some kind of doctor? No, I'm still working on my degree, shooting for a PhD, but not quite there yet. Guess you've been working on that for quite a while, huh?
Elderly.
This is, of course, you picked up on
the
this.
doctor. I did pick
Goodbye,
up on
doctor.
that one.
Doctor? This was a cool one. You remember the puzzle in the security room? Where it was
Yeah.
like, I was you, will be me.
Mm.
But if you remember, she knows everything.
Yeah.
That was a reference to Luna.
Yeah.
First line in the game. Shut up. Just back off, Grandpa. You find that weird?
Okay, so a line like that, you know why that one didn't strike me as like foreshadowing. A line like that is because of if we're thinking about 999, it's because of the way everybody talks about Lotus. I'm like, dude, if Sigma's like 28, they're calling him Grandpa. So like,
old Already old.
It's like the cultural
that's-
osmosis of like anime where it's like Saphir's 35. She's got 1 foot in the grave. It's like,
I played this game at like age 21, maybe 20.
mhm.
So a 22-year-old, 23-year-old, I was like, yeah, he is old. You know what? You're right. That guy is old. Take the L. But here's a Reddit thread that Dots sent over graciously. So thank you for your help. Oh, Temioji. He's always like, oh, I gotta ask Alice something. You know, you remember those parts where he's like, you're the Ice 9, Alice. By the way, that's never resolved. We don't know. Alice is just a red herring.
That was the thing I wanted to know the most. And they just are like, nah.
It was sad.
Yeah.
Oh, Padrella? Yeah, we're redditing.
They denied my gratification.
They did. He's just straight up a red herring. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, so if you remember, Temioji like trusts Clover so much, and Clover's like, "Why the fuck do you trust me? Like, I don't even know you."
Yeah.
And there's parts in the game where Clover like completely changes her mind on Temioji. She's like, "Well, if what Temioji says is true, then like I have to ally him."
Yeah.
So, Temioji being Junpei is foreshadowed. The robot arms are foreshadowed here. Let's see. There is a part. Do you remember in the Quark the Temioji ending, where he leaves and he's like, "Yeah, I met Zero.
Yeah.
Like, I know Zero's an asshole. Fuck that guy." It's because he saw the hologram in the security office, and he's like, "Wait a minute, that's fucking Sigma." Like, that's why he left, and he betrayed you. Do you remember that part?
Yeah, I do. Like,
Yeah.
the Tenmyoji thing is like crazy because I feel like there might have been an earlier part of the series where I said Tenmyoji's Junpei or Tenmyoji's someone from the last game.
I don't remember if you called it before the photo of Akane is shown, but that's like the first real hint.
Yeah.
But you might have said it. I just don't remember.
Part is saying I definitely did.
Yeah. Let's see. You remind me of my father. Can't figure out how to turn on a computer. You're a computer. What are you talking about? Because he has a robot eye.
Yeah.
I dropped my contact. You don't wear any. How did she know?
I mean, this is...
Yeah, after losing your arms, Temioji's like, cybernetics, huh? Can't say I'm surprised. Had a feeling those weren't your arms. Because they look like young. And he has a robot eye. Don't really feel like I could trust your eyes. Dio says, like, senile old fuck! If you remember that.
Yeah.
I'm not about to let my
that.
secret mission get screwed up by a self-righteous idiot. Now hurry up and die, you senile old fuck. Yeah.
You know, it makes the Sigma hand that much worse.
The jizz hand?
Yes.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, and the Quark ending, the sky is red. If you remember that.
Mm-hmm.
A boy his age would be in elementary school. Yeah, it's just
Tenmyoji's
interesting.
voting behavior against Sigma in some circumstances stood out to you on a repeat playthrough, Siskapopo?
Why are there... Oh,
Yeah,
it's because I'm in the game. I was playing this on YouTube. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's the... I think that's like the extent of the foreshadowing. It's just mostly referencing like Sigma's old.
Yeah.
Because I think that's like one of the biggest twists, that you're Zero and you're not actually who you think you are. Physically.
Yeah, it's funny that like no one actually says it. I mean, I guess Dio literally said it, but
Yeah.
no one
Senile
else says
fuck.
it because it never comes up, because at no point does Sigma go like, I am definitely 22. He's just like, I'm elderly pervert.
I just love that like every girl you hit on is like, no? He's like, man, I
Hitting
really
on
lost my
is
touch.
definitely one way to put it, because Sigma is definitely much closer to the Jizzler than the Rizzler. Like,
All right, you ready for Zero Time Dilemma stuff?
yes. Are we gonna look at the Grandpa video?
Oh yeah, we have gold files to look at, bro. I completely forgot. Also, there was another thing. If you remember, Dots brought up something like 20 parts ago.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen for me. But like people in the chat were like, "What is Dots talking about?" And I didn't know it was a thing. But apparently, if you jump a lot,
This is the footage
the
that
different
Gollum pulled from the
timelines.
main
Like I'll
server.
try and do it. I don't know if it's gonna work though.
Anarchist says 3DS only.
It might be because I feel like we jumped a shit ton, and like it didn't happen.
What would
basically,
happen if we were playing it?
Your memos start to degrade. Like you would, if you draw a line, you would just see like parts erased from it.
Oh, thank God that
Every
didn't
time you
happen in
jump.
this version, though.
I know we get to keep Loogie. Love you, Loogie. Look in the top left of the memo feature too. That hints as well. Brain memory. He's a fucking robot. I told you. Yeah, I thought he was a robot for sure. Yeah.
Man,
that's cool.
Danganronpa is going to be crazy.
Yeah, it is. Get to a part with music. Go back to... Want to go to the bee garden?
Sure.
Like my favorite. It's like a chill ass...
That's a lore important area. That's like the area.
That's the finale area, yeah. We'll look at gold files. I'll read them to you.
Yes.
It might take a good like 10-15 minutes, but then I do want to show you Zero Time Dilemma stuff.
Yeah.
If that's cool with you.
We got to get the teaser, yeah.
Secret.
Are the
okay, we'll start at 1.
Are these like super long, or are these just like...
Some of them are short, some of them are long.
Okay.
Some of them are also not very interesting. This is just like talking about the AB rooms.
Wait, I predicted the Luna ending?
I don't remember that. Did
People
you?
were saying I did, but like it's been 3 months, so I...
Any
Did I
chance of...
call
Oh, I know what Anarchist is talking about. Yeah, okay. Let me see if I can find it. Is it... Do you have it somewhere, Anarchist? Here's what Dots' memo looked like by the end of the game.
That's cool.
It was degraded. You immediately didn't trust Luna for some reason. I was thinking Anarchist made a funny meme. But I don't know where we put it. Is it in memes? But he might also, or they might have also just screenshotted like Bopper knows.
Well, and I know... Well, Anarchist also made the made a Sigma re-edit that I don't think was ever... It took me a second to remember what that was.
I'm trying to find it, Anarchist.
I think Dotch just put it in the,
thank you,
in the
thank
stream chat. I find weird something.
Sigma's so pathetic.
So I'm trying to think of what changed here. So what changed here is that Luna went with Tenmyoji instead, and they found Quark because she went with him. So she kind of low-key knew where he was. She clearly provided some info or a perspective that changed. Maybe she wanted him found. For some, I don't know. I don't know. It could just be dumb luck. I think it was just dumb luck.
You did correctly predict that.
Damn.
If you remember, she's like, "Oh, Tenmyoji, look, Quark's in the pot." Yeah, so some of these are not as interesting. It's just talking about like the design of the AB room.
Yeah.
Refers to the door of the AB room. Most elevator doors open horizontally, but this one open and closes vertically. Okay. This is about the bracelet. I'm just gonna read the ones I find like interesting.
Mm-hmm.
This is a joke from Uchikoshi. AI is short for artificial insemination, which is a process by which eggs are fertilized without the use of male organs. It is commonly used in the breeding of dairy cattle and pigs, but has also been... Oh, I'm being told that in this case, AI stands for artificial intelligence. Thanks, Uchikoshi.
Sigma and the reproduction ending. Tenmyoji, get in the milk machine.
Get in the what? A device, what is this? Quantum computer. This just explains what a quantum computer is. Device built by Tom Kwan, a Boise, Idaho commuter. It's actually a lie. A quantum computer is a highly advanced machine that uses quantum phenomena such as superimposition and entanglement to perform calculations. Let's say, for example, that you want to determine the prime factors of 5,183. A Van Neumann-style computer, let's call him Paul, would say, can I divide it by 2, 3, 5? And just run through the numbers like that until it got the answer. Mr. Kwan, on the other hand, the computer, not the imaginary commuter, would just look at 5,183 and say, it's obviously 71 times 73. A traditional computer with n bits can only be in one of 2 to the nth power states at once. But a quantum computer with n qubits can be in up to 2 to the nth states simultaneously. This means a quantum computer can complete calculations that are currently impossible. That's amazing, Mr. Kwan. Are you seeing anybody? That's so complicated to understand, but it's like trying to simplify it.
Hey.
Someone has written 2 milkmen go comedy on the wall in the warehouse. Refers to a pair of milkmen visiting a comedy club. The sentence construction, however, is obviously wrong. There must be a reason why. I forgot to tell you, one of the passwords, if you remember, like, Mikey Volai.
Yeah. Because I was like, that's like Milkman.
Milk Evolai. This was Luna's password, and backwards, it's I love Lime.
Hey. Well, isn't that nice?
Isn't that sweet?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. These are just rules. We gotta get to Grandpa videos. Maybe I just show you Grandpa videos, and the one that would like spoil the game. Here, let's just go to Grandpa videos, huh?
Yes. Let's see.
Collection of films that Temioji has gathered. Their content isn't really explicit per se, but they aren't really appropriate for someone's Quark's age. It should be noted that the term does not imply the videos contain grandpas or grandpa-like actors. This is a joke. Erotic units.
Oh yeah,
Sigma's cat problem.
Wait, in erotic units, it said I saw Gilbert Gottfried in the erotic units page. Danny
ranges from 0 to 20, where 20 might be Marilyn Monroe and 0 might be Gilbert Gottfried. For those curious, Danny Trejo rates 16 EU. Just being sexy does not guarantee a high EU rating. Not to be confused with competing systems of hotness or sexability. The EU system weighs a number of factors, such as practicality, sustainability, emotional investment, and the bias of the observer. Women with a high EU rating have usually mastered the art of the tease.
You know, I should send my Stellar Blade video to Uchikoshi and see, get his feedback.
I think Temioji mentioned, like, he's definitely like 10 EUs or something.
Yeah.
At some point.
Sexability.
Sigma has a strange verbal and possibly psychological tic which causes him to make cat puns whenever he talks about cats. The cause of this behavior seems to be an experience he had as a child. When Sigma was in preschool, there was a deserted house near his school that everyone called the Cat Mansion. He'd always loved cats, so every day he would visit the Cat Mansion and give the cats that lived there some of his lunch. One day he realized that he could understand what the cats were saying to one another. A magical black cat appeared and told him that it had given him this gift in exchange for giving food to its fellows. But the magical cat said, "You can never tell anyone about your gift." The magical black cat warned, "If you do, you'll be cursed." But young Sigma was so happy about his newfound ability that he slipped and told a girl about it, so the black cat cursed him. His curse was to speak only in cat puns for the rest of his life. Fortunately for him, a magical white cat came along soon after, felt the curse was a little too harsh, and lessened it so that he would only talk in cat puns when he talked about cats. And they lived happily ever after. That's why he has the cat puns. It's just like a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like these are the spoilers. I forgot exactly why though, and I don't feel like reading it all. But it was basically implying that Luna was a robot.
Yeah. Like way earlier than you should ever.
Yeah.
Unless you were me and just guessing everyone was a robot.
Yeah, that works too. I think this was the reason I told you to avoid it. I honestly don't remember.
Yeah.
We don't have to get into Free the Soul. I think it's a bit much.
It's weird. I thought that was going to be a big part of the game. Myrmidons and Free the Soul is like a big deal until you suddenly realize the scope is like, who cares about them? We can just lock Dio to a sink, and now they're irrelevant for all time.
I mean, they might be relevant in Zero Time Dilemma. Who knows?
Ah, whatever. We'll see.
Oh yeah, the password. Akane's password. Jumpy doll.
Yeah.
Remember in 999?
Yeah.
The doll she goes back for? Sure you picked up on that?
Mm-hmm. I did. I picked up on the jumpy part, yeah.
Hold on, let me see. Luna's necklace. Necklace Luna is never seen without has a cage containing a blue bird hanging from it. You twist the key on the bottom, it plays music. Someone special gave it to her as a gift, and she says it reminds her of the following lesson. Search for happiness wherever you can. Or search for happiness wherever you can, because the search itself is what will make you happy. You kind of talked about that. Swimsuit. For some reason, Sigma, or perhaps the author, seems to be unnaturally obsessed with swimsuits. Why is that? Was he involved in a horrible swimsuit accident, now repressed in his youth? Did he have a crush in high school on a girl on the swim team who put her Olympic aspirations ahead of any possible romance? Is he just a perv? Thanks,
one of those,
Ichikoshi.
like, yeah, one of those is like, this is like 2 truths and a lie, right? Like this one is...
One of these has to be true.
One of these is
just
the fixation. One of these is the problem.
This is just explaining Akane. Minkowski space. Someone left an interesting comment about the Minkowski space theory, I believe, on the previous part.
Ooh.
Trying to explain the 4th dimension. Mystery of Phi. Who was Phi? There are clues, a few clues scattered throughout the story, but nothing conclusive. Perhaps the truth will be revealed at the Nevada test site. There you go. You don't know shit about Phi.
Nope. VL or ZTD. Well, maybe reveal.
Yeah. Bless you. I'm sorry if I missed any like interesting gold files, but I feel like I'm strapped for time here.
Yeah.
Anarchist's link. Let's check it out.
Well, thinking of that reaction, did you ever see Anarchist's re-edit of Sigma after we encountered the hand? Because he did it for
maybe
my Pokemon stream. I don't know if he ever sent it.
I might have.
To this. So Anarchist, if you could send full Sigma with the head replacement surgery.
Head replacement surgery? So it's just that guy photoshopped. Oh yeah, do you have any... We could do predictions for ZDT after I show him some stuff.
Yeah.
Or do you want to do it before I show you stuff?
Let's see. Oh, Crimbo has it.
Oh, thank you, Crimbo. Ah! That's really funny.
Oh man, ZDT. I genuinely have no idea where it's gonna go. I'm honestly struggling to even theorize what a prediction for it would look like, because I have to imagine we're gonna get stuck in a new Nonary game with a bunch of other new characters, and someone's gonna be the real Zero or the real this or the real that, and the twists and the turns. Like, now that we're sort of unmoored from the time that VLR takes place in, I don't know what kind of predictions I would even be able to make. Maybe they follow up on Ice 9.
Hard.
I'm going to predict an Ice 9 follow-up, but maybe not specifically tied to Alice.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to find
I hope they
images.
save the Earth.
Give me a second, Bopper. You could talk to chat.
Chat.
Hey, chat.
Danganronpa. Zero time dilemma. I'm in for it now, aren't I? What does the title mean of Virtue's Last Reward?
So in Japanese, the title is "Good People Die," I think. It's something like that. So when they brought it over to America or like the West,
yeah,
they're like, let's make it Virtue's Last Reward, which is like the virtuous get their just desserts. I get like they don't get their just desserts. I don't know. As you're an English major,
Well, I was sort of what I was going to think is like Virtue's Last Reward is like, hey, look, you try to save the world, you try to do anything, because this one is weird, right? Because the twist of the twist ending of this game is essentially that Zero was actually like a good guy, and like we were trying to save the world here. We just had to construct a crisis situation to do it. We had to weaponize fucked up physics to do it. So we had to do some bad things to get some good things, and if that's virtuous or not, our reward is still just like suffer, die, 90 motorcyclists dead. Like that was what we got for trying to save the world.
Right.
I would say a bunch of Alice is dead, but like honestly, who cares? She deserved it.
He's an asshole.
Yeah.
One second. I'm compiling images.
How much Ace Attorney have I played? I've played cases 1 through 4 and some of case 5 of the first game.
Damn.
You could say the same thing about Zero and 999, though. I don't. You could say it about Zero, but I mean, like the overall, like the shit that's happening in 999 was like clearly like evil, like
sinister.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I'm really sad. I can't like find a good. Okay, so basically, like,
oh damn, you're right. It is
Dilemma...
Midnight Lord Pet. I'm sorry.
Hey McKenna, how's it going? When Zero Time Dilemma was being teased, they like released each of the 9 characters little by little, and we got like little images.
Mm-hmm.
I can't find them all though; they're like gone from the internet. But I found some of them. Who do you think that guy is?
Well, it looks like Sigma, but he's not wearing Sigma's stupid shirt. And that looks like Akane. But I don't think they are. That looks like, I don't know who that is. Got a thing on her wrist, though. So they're going to be killing people with poison again? Man, they got to come up with something new. Maybe they'll blow them up again like they did in 999. Who knows? Dude, where's my number 9 door? Like, I don't know.
I gotta look through this guy's Twitter.
That dude on the left, Participant 9, looks like someone from like a whole other anime, though. Like, and I'm trying to place it. Damn, Uchikoshi at it again.
They slowly revealed these characters over the course of like 2 months, and people were going nuts because they like didn't name them.
I mean,
like, who the fuck are these people?
Participant 8 looks like what happens if Sigma happened to end up in Silent Hill, and his brain is just getting blasted into the fog. Participant 5, okay, we have low self-esteem Leon Kennedy. Participant 3, Phi is back, hey.
That's recognizable. I'm gonna start like overlaying them on top of each other. I can't fit them all on the screen.
Oh, that's so fun. Participant 1. I don't know. He's already my least favorite character.
Okay, interesting.
Participant 2. He's my new least favorite character.
I don't think they teased the 9th character. I don't think they did.
Wait, who's missing? 1, 2, 3. Was it 4 that was 4's missing?
I have 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So we only got participants 1 through 8, and I didn't get they didn't tease participant 9.
Mm-hmm.
So again, like final guesses who these people are? Like you have no idea?
Yeah. So I'd say 3 is Phi.
This is Phi. Yeah. Okay.
7 could be Akane. It would feel sort of strange, but I don't know what the setup or when it actually takes place. I mean, and like 9 has kind of got the Sigma vibe, and like honestly, I could see 9 being Sigma if you assume for like, if you sort of adjust, we'll call it the Chris Redfield effect, right? Like just styles change between games.
Yeah,
so,
they do.
Sigma, Phi, Akane are back. That could, one of them could be like older Santa. I mean, potentially, because like now we're going back. If it takes place in like the olden days, and by the olden days I mean like 2028.
Yeah.
You know, the original crew could be back, and there's one thing Uchikoshi loves. It's, well, I guess it's just making Clover suffer, but maybe he could extend the courtesy to someone else.
Okay. Well, I think we should watch the trailer and then we could end the stream, okay?
Yeah. 2028 was 5 years ago.
Un momento, chat. We have the launch trailer. I guess launch trailer is good. I have to sign in to confirm my age. A little bit M for mature.
Oh no.
Oh shit. That right? No. That's... Gotta add a window capture.
Sexual themes, strong languages. Mario in the corner just looking over when he heard sexual themes.
Hey! What are you guys watching?
Grandpa video? What?
Okay, let's check it out.
Lucky.
Turn off Mario.
Wait, what the fuck? You can turn off that little symbol in the corner?
You could turn off the symbol if you turn off annotations.
Oh my god. I'm so mad right now. The amount of like footage I had to like manipulate for my Final Fantasy video for the games I played portably, I'm sick now.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Peep this.
You heard me. Shoot me. Huh? Don't worry.
Wait, that's the
That's the
voice.
There's no point
Don't
in
worry.
winning. Once you lose the one you care about the most.
Okay, so it's right.
Sorry, but I am done with playing the action hero.
But why?
Wait,
Because I
Junpei's.
grew up.
Wait,
Just
hold on.
one
Can we pause it?
person
Can we hit the pause? Because Junpei is the one I called low self-esteem Leon Kennedy, which could also be a synonym for Ethan Winters.
You were right. You were right.
Sorry, but I am done with playing the action hero.
But why?
Yes, this is Resident Evil Village
grew
Ethan
up.
Winters.
If just one more person dies, one more. Just one more.
Oh, this is it. And his last words were exactly the same
Man,
as my
Mira's
first.
freaky. I don't know. They made her zesty.
Where
Like,
is she?
Eric, calm down.
Mira. Mira is my angel.
Wait, no.
Tell me it's a fault of mine. Please.
You want me to stop? Is that what you said?
Just for 1 second, because I was about to lose everything. If we could just back it up 5 seconds. I just want to hear that Eric bit
Mira
again.
is my angel.
Calm down.
Mira is my angel.
You're really nice. People tell me it's a fault of mine.
Please. Kill me.
I'm doing it to protect you too.
Wait, Sigma! Wait, don't!
But if we don't act, we're the ones who die.
I want the two of you to keep on living.
Bye!
I love you.
The fate of the world rests on your decision. What will you decide? Pleasant dreams.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh, when that trailer dropped, I imagine everyone that had been playing the games probably shit their pants. Like this.
I did.
Like that got me
And
hyped
then-
for Zero. People have been saying all the kind of crazy crap about Zero Time Dilemma, but like, look, I don't know. The game looks like it's going to be nuts, and the other two games are nuts. So
It's nuts. Yeah,
If
I don't
it's
think it's a
nuts.
spoiler. I watched this trailer like before I played the game, and I was completely fine.
Mira
Not
is
spoiled
my
too much.
angel.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, like the animation looks like shit. That's like the big criticism everyone has.
I feel like you all hyped it up to make it seem like it would be worse.
There's
than
some
this, so
bad moments, but
Shoot me.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I got you.
To me,
Don't
to
worry.
me,
I
to me,
won't die.
Carlos's voice lines sound way worse than the animation looks bad because I've heard them on the soundboard for so
What?
long.
It's so
Don't
good.
worry. I won't die.
I love that line.
Don't worry.
Is he also "I got you now, you
I
fucking
won't
moron, bitch"?
No, that's from
Okay.
Phoenix Wright fan animation.
Okay. That's right. Don't
It's
worry.
Kyle McCluskey, dude. Nice. So yeah, that's that. I hope you're excited to dive into
I am.
ZTD at some point. We'll talk about the schedule of what series we're doing because I think if we do a stream series together next, it's going to be Dark Souls.
Yes.
as promised.
Dark Souls.
So we'll do Dark Souls first, and then we'll go to ZTD at some point.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And Dark Souls
Bopper-
won't be that long because you'll clock that game in like 3 or 4 streams. It'll be no problem.
are you being sarcastic or like, is it going to
Well,
take a while? I don't know how long. the
Okay,
game
okay.
is.
Dark Souls has a thing that we've grown to call streamer's privilege. If you
Mm.
stream Dark Souls, it
People will
becomes
help me.
significantly easier because everyone wants to get in on the action. So everyone's going to be bringing their Phoenix Wright builds or whatever you decide to, what gimmick you cast out to chat, and they'll all be like just jumping in and wanting to be a part of it. So you get the streamer's privilege.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Can you show the idle intro title reel? You never showed it on stream. For what? Oh, for Virtue's Last Reward? Yeah, sure. If you want to watch it.
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely. AFK. Are you doing a character tier list? Bopper, how tired are you?
I do it right now. I don't care.
I'll fucking do it.
Yeah.
But you gotta wait for
think-
the trailer.
Yeah. Dot stuff. I
Virtues-
agree, but I think my duty as the co-host will be like this part streamer's privilege. This part do by yourself. You know.
Okay, yeah.
Because I do think there
'Cause
are.
I do want to play it on my own.
Yeah.
You know, but
I think like and where I think, not to gas myself up, but I think where I will be of most help is being able to point out like, okay, here's a part where like, yeah, there are bits in the game where it's like you're supposed to be engaging with like the multiplayer aspect of it.
oh really?
Because
Okay.
it's always online and you always have access to multiplayer whenever you want in Dark Souls. It is a part of the intended experience. So it's just a matter of like, you know, if you've got
Yeah,
someone there to kind of guide you, you get the sense of like, here's where you want to do it, here's where you don't. Here are the fights where like they are like kind of intended to be multiplayer fights, and here's ones that are supposed to be solo.
Interesting. I definitely remember the message system. That was like
Yeah.
the Demon Souls message system. Like I
Mhm.
did appreciate that. Like look up,
Yeah.
and then a boulder falls on my fucking head.
or try jumping and you just run off a cliff and die.
All right, Bopper, where are you putting these guys?
Okay.
Final opinion.
1, 2, 3. How many we got here?
Where's Golem? I'm sorry, this list doesn't include Golem.
Okay, so it's our 9 characters and Zero Jr. It feels so weird to have Zero Jr. here because Zero Jr. is just a disappearing computer program. So like
pretend this is either like Akane or Golem, whoever you want to make them.
Okay, that's our wild card.
Yeah, I'd fuck Zero Jr. Like,
like Zero Jr. is like literally like a joke. The best Zero Jr. appearances is the big inflatable balloon we blow up, and then in like the child, the kid K carrying around the Zero Jr. Stuffed animal. That's like the best. Okay. So
but an interesting thing before, like while we're talking about Zero Jr., if you remember in the shower room in 999, Akane tells a story about how Junpei and you and Akane took care of rabbits. In middle school, and that's like how they got to know each other. Yeah, rabbit. Akane's like, make that shit a rabbit.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool? All right, anyway, go ahead.
What is? Okay. So DOS tier.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Like,
you don't have to defend yourself.
I'm just saying. I just want to say though, just so people know what the approach that's happening here is like. Dio was so much fun in this stream series, just to like as a heel
make fun of
just to be there. If you took Dio out of this game, I think it would be so much worse.
Yeah, it's fun to have a punching bag.
Yeah,
he just does not feel threatening.
Chaining Dio to the kitchen.
He never feels threatening. That's like my problem with him, and he's like it's pretty quickly where you realize he's an asshole. So when the twist is the asshole's the villain, it felt like less surprising to me. I was like, oh, yeah, I saw that coming. So I was kind of like disappointed with Dio, personally.
Yeah. I think my approach was like a little different because like the routes we went down first, it was like Dio was, there was a lot of mystery. It was like he was super threatening in the sense that he's from this mysterious organization. He's got the bombs. He knows all the information. And then by the end of the game, he had like basically gone through his Tien arc where he goes from like early villain to like punching bag that just gets blown up all the time. He gets drop kicked into a sink.
Not Tien, Yamcha.
Oh yeah, Yamcha was the one that was that started as the villain. Yeah. Luna, I'll put Luna in B tier. I think Luna's like story kind of ends really strong. I really like the ending of Luna, but kind of a little not too much in the first half that I, found particularly memorable or engaging. Let's see. Quark, D tier, just not really, nothing there.
Mr. Sigma.
That's a funny line. S tier for Mr. Sigma. Sigma. Sigma is like S tier. I mean, yeah.
Above or below Dio?
Above Dio. Above Dio. He
has his great moments, and then he has his gooner moments. Like,
but
I do like Sigma.
And then it like sort of plays because even the gooner moments become like way more retroactively funny.
He's just like some old fuck. Okay.
Let's see. Clover and Alice, I kind of think of them together. They're both D tier. I don't really.
Below or above Quark?
Above. Actually, I put Alice in C tier. I put Alice in C tier, Clover in D tier. Like they don't do a whole lot with Clover and Alice.
Yeah.
Alice is like the way she like dies so many times, but like I'm not gonna lie, I'm still a little salty about her being a red herring, but I'll get over it.
Yeah. Like I said earlier in the stream series, I feel like they completely assassinated Clover's character in this game.
Yeah.
Like it's really sad because I liked her in 999. Like I thought, like after you tell her about like the truth of Snake and whatever, and she like turns for that, like that version of Clover, I love that version. But yeah. Anyway,
and then K.
We'll count this as Kyle.
With the Sigma head. Well,
Sigma phase, yeah.
Yeah, I'll put K in B tier, below Luna. Like K. Phi's A tier.
Phi has some great moments.
And like Tenmyoji's A tier above Phi.
That's jumpy.
And if we call if we call that Akane,
Yeah, let's call it Akane.
we'll call it Akane. Because if it's Zero Junior, it's D tier, worst character. If it's Akane, it's
below Quark.
Yeah, Akane. Probably B tier, high B tier between Luna and K.
Yeah, I think when I played this initially, and like you talk to old Akane, I'm like, oh my god, like this isn't the Akane I know. But then that little extra thing they show where you go back to 2029 and you see young Akane again, I'm like, oh, you know what? He is the same Akane.
Yeah,
he's just
I think
old now.
Yeah, and I think I was like overestimating my enjoyment of Akane just by like I remember this character from 999 and they're back and they're not like just really annoying now. Like because Clover, it really feels like they reverted back to just like, hey, Clover's the same that she was throughout all of 999, but without a story.
Any of the good moments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the axe ending. She should have killed Dio.
Yeah.
Actually, wait. Who was it? Was it Luna that said she keeps giving soap reel to Dio when he starts acting up?
When he
Move her
gets
to A tier. Move her to A tier.
Luna's my favorite character in this game. I absolutely love Luna.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah. Great list, man. Great list. All right, I'll let this
Great
AFK
game.
thing play and then we'll leave. We'll get out of here. It'll happen eventually.
Yeah.
It's not a great trailer or anything, but you know, I never showed it on stream. I forgot.
Hey, what a fun little thing to see. Does it ever?
Any second now.
Is it just one of those like menu?
I thought it was. Maybe I have to do this. Oh, I just closed the game. Fuck.
Oh
Okay,
no!
if I reopen the game, it'll probably happen.
Yeah, putting Dio in S tier, like considering how I ranked everybody else, Dio almost feels like a meme up there at the
skipped
top.
It didn't play on the fucking screen. Hold on. Sorry, I cut you off. What were you gonna say?
I'd say like if I ranked Dio on the same like scale that I ranked the 9 other characters, he would probably like go down to D because he's not that interesting by the end of the game. So it's like 2 different versions. It's like Dio, the stream experience character that we collectively as a community involved in ritual madness loved, versus if I was playing it by myself, I just probably wouldn't enjoy him that much. But as a community-wide experience,
We got to make fun of them together.
Yes.
I probably would, Dots. I probably would throw eggs at you. But I
Dots,
feel like we agree on Virtue's Last Reward.
Yeah. I feel like Dotstiff gets banned from chat every week for a visual novel.
Doesn't happen. See, they show Sigma in the trailer like this, so you're like, oh, that's Sigma.
Yeah. Death.
Aww. Jesus Christ.
Brothers, keep up with me if you can.
Thank you, Zachary, for the continued membership. I'll check your link in a sec. That scared the fuck out of me. Okay, anyway. That's the trailer.
Hell yeah.
Zach, you ruined it. Now we gotta watch it again.
Oh no, Zach, we have to watch it again.
Oh, by the way,
now.
happy Bopper birthday. A lot of people wished you a happy birthday.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday. And this is for your enjoyment.
I have amnesia. What's this letter in my pocket? Include who I am.
It's Mike Tyson. Thank you, Zachary, for your continued membership as always. All right, guys, that's the stream series. I had a great time. Bopper had a great time. I hope you guys had a great time. And if you did, be sure to hit that like button. Yeah.
I hit it, chat. Won't you?
I did my thing. I have to
Yeah.
become a shill.
Yeah.
Okay.
The algorithm
Well-
insists upon it.
Well, you'll see us eventually. We'll see when our schedules work out for Dark Souls. That'll be the next playthrough.
Yeah.
And then we'll conclude Zero Escape as a series.
I love
So, thank you guys for joining us on this journey. Until next time, SpeedyHawk and Bopper are out.
Goodbye.
Bye.